This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. I don't want to. We watched one of those AI debates last year and it sucked. It wasn't worth the hype. What will be worth the hype is tonight's debate between Zoran Mamdani, Jojo Siwa, and Andrew Cuomo. Shelley, Warlord, Princess Kimberly, Soup, welcome in. It's a little bit late because I was given cinnamon bread like moments before I was getting ready to come on, and I was like, we've got a lot of shit to cover. I should just skip the intro, but I really like the intro, so it gets me hyped for election shit. I couldn't help myself. We got a lot of shit to talk about tonight. Stay tuned after the debate. We got news coming at you, and I've got some crazy shit. Like a coyote caught mauling a family. We got this story, a meteorologist from a local news station says she's being stalked. There was a chain reaction multi-vehicle crash in California. A small plane hit a deaf woman who was walking a dog. I shouldn't. Why am I laughing about that? A person's been arrested after they tried to ram federal agents. Might have gotten into a shootout. We're going to talk about North Carolina redistricting. The shutdown. Merkley's still talking in the Senate. Is they may have moved to the vote now. Let's go live to. Oh, Merkley has stopped. Are they voting at the moment? Merkley's speech ended about 50 minutes ago. Well, we don't have a lot of time. Let's we got a lot of shit to talk about when it comes to the New York City mayoral debate. That's at the top of the hour. Let's cover what went on in the last debate, preview this debate. This is a rundown of what happened last time. This was from the first debate. This is the second and last debate that we're getting ready to watch at the top of the hour. 5 standout moments, according to the New York Post.
What the Assemblyman said is he has no experience. And this is not a job for someone who has no management experience to run 300,000 people, no financial experience to run $115 billion budget. He literally has never had a job. On his resume, it says he interned for his mother. This is not a job for a first-timer. Any day, you could have a hurricane, you have, God forbid, a 9/11.
This is one of the most well-known Nepo babies to ever exist. It's insane.
A health pandemic. If you don't know what you're doing,
Cuomo,
people could die. On the quality of life issues, the worst thing that could happen is if the Assemblyman's proposal for legalizing prostitution went through.
You should have said it, War Machine.
Terrible for the quality of life. He also doesn't want to enforce misdemeanors.
We're getting to that,
That's
Mr.
assault, larceny, etc. That would be terrible.
We're going to have time to address that.
I want to be very clear. Not only have I never called for the legalization of prostitution, I'm not calling for that today either. And I also have never said anything.
Why the fuck not?
Enforcing misdemeanors. This is just yet another figment of Andrew Cuomo's imagination.
The DSA, which you give your part of your salary to, that's their position. Abolish jails. No new carceral facilities.
She was just itching to say something.
The bill in Albany as a sponsor to decriminalize prostitution.
Who supports Kathy Hochul for re-election?
Not a one of them.
After this general election.
So no decision. Mr. Cuomo, you handpicked her as your lieutenant governor. No
You
thought.
have to know who's running.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, she was your lieutenant governor. You literally picked her to be in the position that she is in right now, and you refuse to endorse her.
And I would add that I do think that Kathy Hochul, our governor, has been doing a good job in not only
Do you
serving
support her
and
for re-election?
delivering, not only delivering for New Yorkers, but also standing up to Donald Trump.
do you support her for re-election?
Then endorse her.
I'm focusing on November.
Why don't you
And
endorse
I
her?
appreciate her support,
All right,
and I
thanks,
appreciate
candidates.
her work.
But you
Thanks,
don't
candidates.
endorse her.
How about
Sally?
a shout out for
right,
Lee
we're gonna
Stefanik
turn
to
to-
take out Kathy Hochul?
No.
So you have a
Okay.
Republican
All right.
Mayor Curtis,
All right.
a Republican Governor
Thank you, gentlemen.
Stefanik,
Thank you.
like Giuliani
We want to
and
talk about
Pataki, who
schools.
saved this city.
We want to
and
talk about
state.
schools. We've obviously been talking about free buses. You've talked about free childcare,
Do you think
city-run
we're
grocery
stupid?
stores.
You
So
think we're
essentially, you're
fools?
proposing about $10 billion in new spending. And as you've indicated, you want to pay for it with tax increases. But as Sally pointed out, Governor Hochul said no to raising income tax on millionaires. So tell New Yorkers tonight how you're going to pay for all of this in 1 minute, if you can.
Look, a lot of people have called even my campaign a non-starter when we first began. And now I stand before you proud to be the Democratic nominee who got the most votes in city primary history. And I believe we will see the same thing with our push.
Why are you freezing up?
We are taxing the wealthiest and the most profitable corporations the fair amount that they should.
Well, that might be YouTube, not
say that because
Mamdani.
it will be hard. You
Holiday, welcome
We
in.
saw what giving up looked like when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. He gave up on fighting for working class New Yorkers and instead caved in to his billionaire donors. And what did we get? We have the fastest and most frequent helicopter service to the Hamptons, and we have the slowest and more expensive bus service across the 5 boroughs.
I would ask you,
Bam.
Mr. Mamdani,
Okay. Thank
would
you.
you protect the Christopher Columbus statues that exist here in the city?
I'm telling you, my focus is on.
The Christopher Columbus statue.
Yeah,
Thank you.
He
They're
gave,
not answering
he
your
gave the finger to the Columbus Day
Okay, that issue's
statue.
come up.
Sure.
Call it
All right, candidates.
disgraziado.
You know, that's ironic that you say that now,
I'm sorry,
Andrew
Mr. Mom-
Cuomo, because
Yeah.
when you were governor for 8 years, your parole board released 43 cop killers back into the street. Your
we-
father, when he
this
was
is- we
governor,
actually have to move
released.
Dougie, welcome in.
I knew Mario
Mr. Sliwa,
Cuomo.
we're moving on.
You're
Mr.
no
Mamdani,
Mario
since he
Cuomo,
made-
Andrew Cuomo.
I'm sorry,
You
we have
released
to-
cop
Mr.
killers.
Sliwa.
Don't say you're
Mr.
pro.
Mamdani, do you want-
Speaking of JoJo Siwa outbursts, he had one earlier today. He quit his job as a radio host, apparently in spectacular fashion.
Selfish? Are you out of your mind?
Well, that's not me. I haven't said that.
Well, Sid, you're part of, quote, the family there, correct?
Is that
Correct?
Am I part of that? I'm just asking you.
No, you individually know. But that's why you will never see me ever in the studios of WABC again. Never. No matter how this election turns.
So they urged him to drop out of the race and support Cuomo in order to stop Mamdani, which, by the way, wouldn't help anything. I think Curtis Siwa might actually get more votes than Andrew Cuomo.
Turns out. There's 14 days left in this campaign. And I'm running a 20-hour campaign out of a 24-hour day. Everybody has acknowledged that. So let's be very clear.
Georgie, welcome in.
Now, under no circumstance. I've already been offered money to drop out. I said no.
Was offered money to drop out. My lord, welcome in. We're going to hear from Trump shortly. Here's Trump on it earlier today.
Look at the polls, and looks like we're going to have a communist as the mayor of New York. It'll be very interesting. But here's the good news: he's got to go through the White House. Everything goes through the White House. At least this White House it does. And we'll have to see what happens. But if he dropped out, he's not going to win, and not looking too good for Cuomo either. But maybe, I don't know, if he dropped out, maybe Cuomo would have a little bit of a chance, but not much.
No.
Well, I looked at the polls.
See, even Trump knows. Trump is smart enough to know Mamdani is cruising for a win. This is wild. So, Andrew Cuomo apparently used ChatGPT to make Zoran Mamdani tweets.
Have you seen Jimmy Kimmel's mean tweets? Well, wait till you hear Mamdani's extreme tweets.
The New York Police Department is racist,
anti-queer, and a major threat to public safety.
What we need to do is hashtag defund the NYPD.
And what do we do when actual criminals are loose? What we gonna call the fire department? It don't make sense.
Violence is an artificial construction.
There's nothing that's artificial about pain and getting hurt.
You should tell that to the people that get hospitalized for violence.
Not only must we decriminalize sex work,
but we need a comprehensive platform
of justice for all. I don't see what these two things have to do with each other.
Prostitution is going to be legal in New York.
And we're going to see even more of it on the streets. That's frightening.
Queer liberation.
That was citing ChatGPT.
Is going to be legal in New York.
And we're going to see even more of it on the streets. That's frightening.
Queer liberation means
defund the police. How?
What does that even mean?
I'm completely baffled. Completely.
He doesn't know what queer liberation is.
Obama is pretty damn evil.
That's like...
So they're using ChatGPT for their fact checks.
Yeah, I cannot agree with that one.
Shout out to the Holy Land 5. You better look them up. Okay, Holy Land 5. Terrorists that hate us.
Shout out to the Holy Land 5. It's crazy. I absolutely don't like it.
Yikes. I feel like I'm being pranked.
He is inciting to hate Jewish people.
Yeah, we should definitely elect this guy to keep us safe from terrorism in New York.
His dad wrote suicide
wow.
to be understood as a feature of modern political violence rather than
stigmatized as a mark of barbarism.
That's crazy.
And he's a professor in Columbia University.
Good to know this is who raised.
Okay, so apparently that was something. Yeah. That's his father said something like that in a class.
Needs to be understood as a feature of modern political violence rather than
stigmatized as a mark of barbarism.
That's crazy.
And he's a professor in Columbia University.
Good to know this is who raised Mamdani.
I would say he probably has the same ideals.
On this Columbia application, he said he's black and he didn't even get in.
That's awful.
Isn't that
what?
He's a guy who claims to champion equality, but he applies to college knowing he's going to take away an opportunity from a marginalized group.
I don't think we should have billionaires.
Sounds a little ironic. Isn't George Soros paying him like $37 million?
Capital.
What? George Soros is paying him $37 million.
Capitalism.
Mamdani has a property. He's a very wealthy man.
I actually created a playlist for Mira, who also happens to be my mother. You know, nepotism and hard work goes a long way.
His mother is a very rich lady.
Don't know why you brag about having a silver spoon in your mouth.
It's not really a flex.
He wants to abolish all the rich people because he's a hypocrite.
As I run this campaign, I am very clear about that which I know and also understanding that which I don't know.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it is just very confusing.
And this guy's running for mayor.
I'm not sure we should vote for him. Like, wasn't he like arrested a few times?
Do you want this? No, you don't. So wake up.
What was he arrested for? Protesting? Wow, what an ad. Holy shit. Cuomo going all out here in the final stretch. This is the preview of the debate that we're going to be taking at the top of the hour.
Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa, and Zoran Mamdani will hit the stage tonight for their final debate in the race for New York City mayor. And it's happening at LaGuardia Community College in Long Island City.
All right, that's where we kick things off with Fox 5's Morgan Mackay. Morgan, what's the mood out there tonight?
DJ Dub, Flo.
Hey, Steve, Natasha, it's hard to hear you guys out here. There's a lot of noise. We are less than 2 hours away from the start of the debate. And
we're 5 minutes away.
In full force. Behind me, you can see Curtis Sliwa's campaign. They are out here. They've been out here since we arrived at around 2:30, 3 p.m. And they have been lining up, and you can see the signs attacking Andrew Cuomo behind me. Then we have also over here, we have Andrew Cuomo's camp. I'm going to get out of the way for my photographer here. Andrew Cuomo supporters, they are out. They've also been out here for a while. We're not sure when Cuomo is going to be arriving. We know that Sliwa is going to be arriving at around 5:45, 6 o'clock. We're not sure yet for Andrew Cuomo. Then over here, we've got which is down the block. It's hard to see a little bit from here, but a lot of the same union supporters are out here supporting Mamdani again today. And we're hearing from Mamdani's campaign that he's going to be arriving by bus at around 5:45 as well. Steve and Natasha?
Morgan, I know it's a little hard to hear us, but
they're treating it like a red carpet.
3 candidates when they get on the debate stage tonight.
So for Andrew Cuomo, he says that it's going to be really his last time to reach just a wide group of voters. He says that his messaging is going to be the same as it was during the last debate. He's going to be focusing on Mamdani's inexperience, and he's going to be trying to persuade Republican voters to vote for him rather than for Sliwa. Now, for Sliwa, he's really going to be out there, he says, trying to show that he is a viable candidate, that Democratic votes could be split between Cuomo and Mamdani, and that he is a person who can reach and who loves New York City. So he says he's going to be focusing his attacks on both candidates. And for Mamdani, his strategy also is somewhat similar to what was last week. He's a front runner. He pretty much, again, just can't really mess up in a big way. But he says that he's going to be focusing really on his messaging and his platforms rather than the attacks being thrown at him.
We are just moments away. Let's go ahead. We're going to take the live feed from NY1.
On that grassroots level.
You
and
see the candidates are already on the stage.
Of Andrew Cuomo. It's like, you're calling on me to drop out of the race. Lee was saying, well, why don't you get out there and run your own campaign?
But he's also polling at roughly half of the 28% that he got in the last election when he lost by 40. So he is not having a good time of it because Cuomo is pulling some Republicans, if we're to believe the polling that we've seen, from across the board. So he is out there vigorously campaigning, but he's also struggling in this race clearly, and that's why some of his allies are calling him to get out. Very quickly, I'd also add, one of the voters that Dan spoke with got at this, the Trump factor. Right?
I think Sliwa has a better shot.
Federal raid and
Adams is out.
That there's more of that likely to come.
He took the money.
The candidate's going to say about that and how they'd handle that situation will be key.
Cuomo was saying that he will offer Sliwa a job if he drops out.
News we heard tonight about Zoran Mamdani asking the current police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, to stay on the job. This has been a subject of much speculation. You know, it seems like that is a decision. Obviously, it's a huge decision that the mayor has to make. And it might be something that would appeal to the more moderate voter because Jessica Tisch has been seen as part of the establishment, but has also done a lot to try to reform the NYPD.
Yeah, I mean, he has floated this idea previously. When asked, he would said that he would consider it, and the New York Times is saying that it is a definite, but if he were to actually win this race. And going to what we were talking about earlier about his age, you know, he just turned 34 years old, and one of the concerns, or one of the things he has said to the business community and the other political elites within the city is that I will surround myself with people who are experienced and know how to manage this city. So I think that this is a bit of a nod to that idea by keeping on the current police commissioner, who, although she's only been there, she took the job in November of last year. She hasn't been there that long, but a lot of people say that she's been doing a good job. Crime is heading in the right direction, and she's been trying to get corruption out of One Police Plaza.
Yeah. Although, even if she's offered the job, we don't know if she'll want to accept it.
Yes, very true. Very true.
He's going to ask her to stay on does not mean that she is going to accept that offer. All right, that's going to do it for tonight's pre-debate special.
Here we go.
Moments away from the start of the final debate for mayor. You can head to the link on your screen. That's where our political team will be live blogging the best moments of the debate, and you can join the conversation on social media using the hashtag NY1Debate. And after the debate, keep it right here on New York One. As soon as the debate wraps up at 8:30, we will have a post-debate special with reaction.
So we got an hour and a half.
And some special
hour and a half debate coming up.
Here is our moderators, Errol Lewis, Brian Lair, and Katie Honan with the candidates at LaGuardia Community College in Queens.
As always, I'm going to lay out most of the time. This is some wild hype music. I had a much better intro.
Good evening. Welcome to the final general election debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor here at Spectrum News New York 1, and we're coming to you live from the LaGuardia Performing Arts Center at LaGuardia Community College in Queens. Over the next 90 minutes, you're going to hear from the leading mayoral candidates about the biggest issues in New York, including the cost of living, the education crisis, and public safety. I'm joined tonight by Katie Honan of the news organization The City and Brian Lehrer of WNYC Radio and Gothamist.
Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the public matching funds program. It's also sponsored by Spectrum News New York 1, WNYC Gothamist, and the news site The City, and Spectrum Noticias, and our co-sponsors.
Get with the questions. You're wasting valuable time. You guys are nowhere near as entertaining.
City and State
This is JoJo Siwa.
School, the Museum,
Zoran Mamdani,
and John Jay College of Criminal Justice. You can watch tonight's debate without a paywall on ny1.com. It is also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio, C-SPAN, the Spectrum News YouTube page, and thecity.nyc. It's in Spanish on Spectrum Noticias and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board. The seat is currently held by Eric Adams, who has decided not to run for re-election. In alphabetical order, Andrew Cuomo is a former governor of New York running on an independent line. Zoran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, representing parts of Queens in the state assembly since 2021. And Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee and the founder of the Guardian Angels.
Now for the rules. The rules you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds, and then answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals. Candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question in our cross-examination round. So let's begin. This will be the last time all three candidates will be together on stage. The next mayor will be sworn into office 71 days from now on January 1st, 2026. He will inherit a city with an affordability crisis, a tense relationship with the federal government, and millions of New Yorkers who very likely did not support him. Let's begin our debate with your opening statements to viewers. You have 45 seconds. The order was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning, and we'll begin with Curtis Sliwa. Good evening.
Thank you. It's us versus them. It's us versus the insiders and the billionaires. It's us versus Cuomo. It's us versus Zoran. This is a campaign not about power. This is a campaign about you, the people. And I know many of you hardworking New Yorkers, you tell me you've been pushed aside, you've been silenced. These are the people that have all the money, all the connections. They've made their backroom deals, but we have something more important. We have you, the people. And we're not going to be silenced anymore. We're going to fight. Tonight, I want you to look at the content of my policies, to know that I've served this city for more than 50 years, the city that I love. And I'm going to share with you my vision to make New York City safer again, to make New York City more affordable again, and where everybody once again can live the American dream.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. New York's first thank you to the moderators. Thank you all for being here. And go Knicks, go Knicks, go Knicks. I hope we get an update on the score. New York is the biggest city on the globe, but we are at a pivotal moment. And the voters...
That didn't sound forced at all.
What candidate has the plan to save this city, and what candidate can get it done, not just talk about it? My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will cut taxes. I will grow jobs. And I will end this hate-mongering and division that is tearing this city apart, because that's not who we are as a New Yorker.
Yeah, listen to him, hate monger.
You know I can make change. You know I can make government work. I've done it before. I'll be ready on day one.
Okay, thank you. Next is Zoran Mamdani. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I know you'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are 3 candidates on this stage, you will hear only 2 messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. I am the sole candidate running with a vision for the future of this city. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him. He will amplify right-wing talking points, he will share conspiracy theories, and he will do these things to make you feel that this should keep you up at night. But I've been spending the last year listening to New Yorkers, and I know what actually keeps you up. It's whether or not you can afford to live a safe and dignified life in this city. I have plans for our future. My opponents only have fear.
Thank you very much, candidates. Let's start tonight with some breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been selling counterfeit designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city outside of arrests at Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City. Others say that the vendors were a major quality of life problem in the neighborhood that the NYPD had ignored. So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action? We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest.
Oh, we know.
Put your finger right back in his chest. I've actually had this situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president and I went down to the White House and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, Consumer Affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds, they're way out of bounds, call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them, because this is not their jurisdiction. You're in the city of New York.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
ICE is a reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve. What we need to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the city council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of this city, as opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
Mr. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I've patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Errol, that activity has been going on for a long time. Selling the knockoff, sometimes stolen contraband by a series of people. The local 5th precinct, they make arrests when they have obviously cause to do so, and they complain that they have to release them because of no cash bail, of which both of my adversaries are in favor of and I'm not. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we can't tolerate citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in the street because then that will just lead to anarchy.
Let me ask a related question. President Trump has been commenting on this race and all of you on a regular basis. He's been less than glowing when talking about each of you, especially you, Mr. Mamdani. I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor if President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city while also threatening to decrease funding. Start with you this time, Mr. Sliwa.
Well, both my adversaries have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and is threatening to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate, whether it's with his minions or himself. He'll want you to give in order to get a little bit. But if you immediately act like you're going to take him on, like, you know, it's going to be a one-on-one fight, we're going to lose. All the people in New York City are going to lose. You have to be able to show respect. And I think if you show respect...
I mean, that's probably not a bad tact for him to take in this election.
Desperately in need of federal funds. What's the good of it? They'll bump chests with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump. I will negotiate with Donald Trump and try to get the best deal possible for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, the difference on this question is I've actually lived it, and I've done it with President Trump over many years through the most difficult situation that this country has gone through, COVID plus. You're wrong. You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper-aggressive, and he is going to overstep his bounds.
COVID plus, it's like Disney plus.
Him, and you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and I stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things, because we need federal help if we're going to save our city and rebuild our city. President Trump has to respect you. He sent the National Guard into 20 cities. City he didn't send it into? New York. Because I talked to him and I said, we don't need you here. He has said he'll take over New York if Mamdani wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus. So it is balance, but you're going to have to be adversarial when you need to, but you want to cooperate to get good things done in this city, and you need federal help.
Mamdani.
We first just heard
he said
Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history. He ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay.
About 10 minutes in, Flash. Welcome.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mamdani. That is his dream, because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take over the city. I have no doubt. All he said was, his analysis is after the polls, it's a tough choice between a Democrat and a communist. And he considers Mamdani a communist. He happens to be a socialist. But between a communist and a Democrat, it's a tough choice for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, candidates. Brian wants to talk to you about some important issues on the minds of New Yorkers.
Hi, candidates. Thank you for coming tonight.
I think the ASL woman is calling Cuomo a dick.
Cited it as a major factor.
Big dick.
Many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes to rising housing costs. And many New Yorkers were shocked this week as a new report from the group Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 lived in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled-up situations with no home of their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us. And it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor,
ASL, did I say something else? My apologies.
To help this vulnerable population. And in this round,
a little high.
Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa. So, Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary such that New Yorkers are not priced out of this city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter with an employee of the public school system. It also links that employee with the child's family. It's been shown to increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah. Zoran is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent sounds great. Yeah, it affects about 25% of the number of housing units in the city of New York. It's not a new idea. Bill de Blasio did it. It turned out to be a debacle. And it does nothing for 75% of the units. And for the 25, it just postpones the increase and actually causes us to lose units because landlords took them off the market.
And ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
Yeah, well, the answer to homeless children is you need more affordable housing. And I'm saying freeze the rent was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great 3-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase availability of affordable housing is to build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive government to do that. And that's what I've done across the country, across the state. Make government work. You get the supply up, the rents will come down.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you were named, so you get 30 seconds.
We are in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 children in the New York City public school system being homeless. That means it began when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. And what did he do? What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent more money on a singing water fountain.
Great response.
Than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit. That is the record that we have in display. And what we need is a change in this city, not more of the same.
Yeah, but if I may, the homeless issue, number of homeless since I left, has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration. Since I left, homeless rate has more than doubled. When I left, the vacancy rate on housing was 4.5%. It's now 1%. This man never even proposed a bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sliwa, it's your turn.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature. Leave. You fled. But let's get back.
Get him, JoJo.
Because I'm the only candidate up here who's been into many of the over 300 Department of Homeless Services shelters. And the family shelters are unsafe for the families there. We have to make them safer. We have to bring teachers into the shelter. Many times, the mothers or the guardian have to get on bus after bus and take them to a school that's 2 or 2.5 hours away. This is a horror situation that's taking place. And we have to prioritize this because this number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters itself to be able to handle it so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do that.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan.
And he means they love children.
Aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions of New Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers living in these units, most of them rent-stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test for having a rent-stabilized apartment. Mr. Mamdani, our question, how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future years? We've seen a lot of inflation in recent years. Haven't small landlords felt that pinch as well? And then we have other questions for the other candidates.
You know, we've seen time and again mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board to hike the rent on those same more than 2 million New Yorkers. This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found that landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response? Hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000. I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYCHA. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized, Zoran Mamdani, we need to make sure that the big realtors, that they have to pay a vacancy tax because they're holding off on those apartments. They're not putting them out into the marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized landlords or the small landlords. They need the help. And there are a number of people in the outer boroughs. They own a home, they live on the property, they're not absentee landlords, 2, 3, 4 apartments, and they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare for small landlords. We got to make sure it's a fair playing field so that the tenants are protected, but the landlords are protected so they're not stuck with squatters for 4, 5, or 6 years, which destroys their equity and forces them to leave.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, you signed a law in 2019 repealing a means test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. What's your position now and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before, and protections against tenant evictions. But to answer your question, you cannot, Zoran said, the tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs. No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened. We did freeze the rent with de Blasio. We lost units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to make up for all the backlog of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. People think it applies to all of them. No, just the 25% of the units that are rent stabilized. And by the way, it's all BS because the mayor doesn't have the power to do it anyway. The Rent Guidelines Board does, and he doesn't control the Rent Guidelines Board. So nothing is going to happen. It's all this. It's just more political blather.
Mr. Mamdani, you can respond.
You know, if you want a candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent Guidelines Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor, then I am the candidate for you.
We have to go to Errol, sir. I'm sorry, you weren't named, so I'm sorry. We're going to go to Errol, talk about development.
Errol, my name was invoked. Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly. The mayor.
Fuck you, Cuomo.
Rent Guidelines Board. He's wrong. They are appointed to a term, and they're on holdovers. And when the term is over, you can appoint. But it takes a number of years to get control.
Okay, understood. Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point, and in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands of units, as many as 1 million new units, will be needed in New York City over the next 10 years. What is your plan to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo, then Mr. Sliwa, then Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to build affordable housing. No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. That's an incompetent government. You can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even though he doesn't like it, in 4 years, okay? So don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit. You have to redo HPD. You have to change the entire organizational structure. You have the zoning, but you have to start hundreds, if not thousands, of sites simultaneously. Private sector developers, partner with not-for-profits, partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge or the Kosciuszko Bridge, this project is thousands of housing developments being accelerated, expedited, facilitated at one time. And we need 500,000 units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still allow the talent to come here.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the City of Yes. Both my adversaries are for it. Make sure on Election Day when you turn over your ballot and you have the initiatives, you vote no. And you know how oftentimes I've been accused, how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled city council? I, Adrian Adams, and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive, believe no to yes. I have a simple plan. It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State buildings that would be empty and just have office space. It'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments. Most are in Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You set up a partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable apartments a lot quicker and not be a burden to the outer boroughs and the residential communities because you're in the back pockets, Andrew, of the developers who wine, dined, and pocket-lined you.
Let me ask you a follow-up on that, Mr. Sliwa. Do you think each elected city council member should have basically veto power over whether or not housing gets built in their district?
Absolutely. Local control. Community boards should have their say. What happened to zoning? We throw it out? Eric Adams. This City of Yes is on steroids, and he went wild taking care of his developer friends as he knew he would be one and done. I told you he was corrupt. I told you there would be chaos, and I warned you in 2021. You should have elected me mayor then.
Okay. Mr.
Tell him, Curtis.
We need to build more housing all across New York City. Today, New York City builds about 4 houses for 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around hubs of mass transit. And we also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4. And that's why my administration will do exactly that, scaling up programs we already had in HPD, like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like Ella, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
There was reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment questions. I know Mr. Cuomo is on the record as saying he favors them. We just heard Mr. Sliwa say that he's against them. Where do you stand on those?
I'm appreciative that those measures will be on the ballot and that New Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
What a political answer. What is your opinion, Zoran?
Yes or no?
Come on.
Yes or no?
What is your opinion? Yes or no, Zoran?
Getting double teamed.
Be a politician here.
I got it. They're pointing out what I was about to, which is that you didn't answer the question.
No, I think on the stage you can see two people appealing for the Republican Party's votes. And myself speaking
Answer
for
the question. Answer the question for once.
My question to you was, do you support the 3 ballot amendment questions?
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendment questions.
Oh, what a shocker.
All right.
What a shocker.
We're going to move on.
Don't worry, once he takes it, he'll change it anyway.
We're going to move it on. We're going to move on. The candidates, the rhetoric on the campaign trail has become more heated in recent weeks. We have reached a point where 2 of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza leave them feeling unsafe and concerned about their future in our city. Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues? And will your longstanding views on the subject get in the way of your ability to...
He said, let's dial it down.
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic
And he was like, why are you a raging anti-Semite?
election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City. And as I was seated there, there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Okay, I've got a different... Yeah, but can I just comment on that, please? You know, not everything is a TikTok video. You're the savior of the Jewish people. You won't denounce globalize the intifada, which means kill Jews. There's unprecedented fear in New York. It was not.
It doesn't actually mean that.
It was 650 rabbis who signed the letter, not several.
Let me ask you a related question, Mr. Cuomo. Many New Yorkers have serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu has conducted the war in Gaza and expanded settlements in the West Bank. What would you say to and how would you handle New Yorkers who are in the streets, if you were mayor, protesting the actions of the Netanyahu government?
Fine, that's your right. Protest, demonstrate, disagree. God bless America. God bless New York City. And there is no doubt that there's 2 sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke the flames of hatred against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer, and then we'll go to Mr. Sliwa.
You know, I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers about their fears about anti-Semitism in this city. And what they deserve is a leader who takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who weaponizes it as a means by which to score political points on a debate stage.
Mr. Sliwa.
Excuse me, Mr. Cuomo, it's my turn, all right? It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio this morning.
Zoran, this is personal for me.
Ooh.
We're under threat. The mother of my two youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz, is prosecuting this person who came up and tried to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my two sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism. They cannot suddenly accept the fact that you're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames. You've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of apologizing to do. My sons are afraid. Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor because they don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability to come in and put out those flames of hate.
Okay, yeah, you can.
I think there is room for disagreement on many positions and many policies, but I also want to correct the record. I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said, and that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election. Now, all the same, Curtis, I do still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe. And it is my job to not only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in this city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
Thank you, Errol. And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa, and Errol to Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, the last time most New Yorkers saw you before this campaign was when you resigned your seat as governor under scandal in 2021. The most recent Quinnipiac University poll in this race shows that 54% of likely voters say you're unethical. Meanwhile, you also have strained relations with Governor Hochul, State Attorney General Letitia James, and others. What would you say right now to New Yorkers who have questions about your moral compass and concerns that you cannot effectively work with other elected officials?
Yeah, well, first, you somewhat misstated the facts, but I resigned because there was allegations made. I didn't want to waste the time and distract state government. I knew it was going to take a long time to sort out. I left, which I thought was respectful to state government. We sorted it out legally. Nothing came from any of the allegations. I was dropped from the cases. You know that. We've had this discussion 4 times, but you like to talk about the past rather than yesterday. I chose Governor Kathy Hochul. I would have no problem working with her. The legislature, I got 11 budgets passed on time. Most in modern political history. They haven't gotten one done on time since I was there. So don't tell me who knows how to work with the legislature. And a mayor being able to deal with that legislature is key. Because don't kid yourself, I've watched every governor and mayor since Ed Koch. There is a tension between the city and the state. The city's arguing for its budgets, the state is saying no, and the city has been getting screwed by the state, and that has to change, and the city has to be doing better.
Thank you. Katie?
New Yorkers, you've often presented yourself as more of a well-known New York character than a serious policy expert. Your critics have said your candidacy is making it more likely that Zohran Mamdani can win the election. What do you say to them and to others who feel that while your name recognition has seen a boost, your candidacy is not helpful to New Yorkers, including those who share your views?
Number one, I have 13 campaign offices open. I'm throughout the outer boroughs. You see the excitement and energy of the working class people that I represent. I am the Republican, populist, candidate representing the working class. And I'm also, Katie, the candidate on the
I'd vote for him.
First ever put together by my wife, Nancy, who loves animals like so many. Save the animals. No-kill shelters. Animal abusers go to jail. So people know that I'm not just running to protect people, which has been my life as leader of the Guardian Angels. I'm there to protect our pets and animals. Because remember, Mahatma Gandhi said, a society that does not take care of its animals does not take care of its people.
Gandhi was a pedophile. Fuck him.
Veterans, I'm out there every day tending to their needs with the Guardian Angels, doing things that the city and state should have been doing a long time ago, but neglected them and instead spent $7 billion on migrants that we don't even know. That is a disgrace. We should be there for our own people who are suffering and wallowing in desperation and despair.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani. You have criticized the politics of the past where leaders either avoid taking a stand on a key issue or try to be all things to all people. But at times during this campaign, you've carefully avoided answering tough questions. We saw an instance just a few minutes ago when I asked about how you plan to vote on those ballot initiatives next month. We've asked whether you support a major rezoning push for part of Queens, some of which is in your district. You've been unclear about how you think the city schools should be run, its governance structure. How is that different from politics as usual?
When it comes to our schools, I believe that every single child deserves to have an excellent public education. And we have not seen that under the stewardship of those schools with this mayoral administration. We have not seen it because we are not fully funding those schools. We are not on track to comply with the class size mandates of those schools. We are not even on track to ensure greater literacy levels across those schools, despite the strides that have been taken with NYC REITs. When it comes to rezoning, I've been very clear that I will always celebrate the addition of additional housing units across the city. I also believe that Gantry State Park and Queensbridge Park should be one contiguous park. Those are things that one can believe at the same time. And my critiques of the politics of the past is right here on the stage. You can see in Andrew Cuomo someone who had 10 years to deliver on so much of what he's spoken about. He says that taking 5 years to build affordable housing is the sign of an incompetent government. By his own words, that means he must have led an incompetent government. That is what we are seeing because that is the record that is actually on offer.
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand my friend doesn't really understand government. The governor doesn't build housing in New York City.
Not if it's you.
No, legally, there are jurisdictions. The governor doesn't pick up trash. He doesn't run the fire department. That's what the mayor does. The mayor builds housing. The state allocates funding for localities. And I allocated more funding for housing than any governor in the history of the state of New York. All right? I did things. You have never had a job. You've never accomplished anything. There's no reason to believe you have any merit or qualification for 8.5 million lives. You don't know how to run a government. You don't know how to handle an emergency. And you've literally never proposed a bill on anything that you're now talking about in your campaign. You had the worst attendance record in the assembly. And you gave yourselves the highest raise in the United States of America. You went from $110,000 to $140,000, and then you never showed up for work and you missed 80% of the votes. Shame on you. Shame on you.
No, it is always a pleasure to hear Andrew Cuomo create his own facts at every debate stage.
Yeah.
We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state. Who was leading the state? It was you.
Governor Hochul.
You were leading the state for
Governor
10 years,
Hochul.
screwing the city.
No.
You cut homelessness
as a legislator,
funding. You cut funding for the MTA.
You as a legislator.
You did all of these things, my
That's
friend.
the past 4 years. It's the past 4 years.
Okay, guys, I didn't want to have to do this, but you understand how this works. You can't talk over each other. Nothing works if you do that. I believe we've heard your response. I wanted to give you a quick word, and then we're going to move on.
I heard the both of them again fighting like kids in the schoolyard. Zoran, your resume could fit on a cocktail napkin, and Andrew, Your failures could fill a public school library in New York City.
Okay. Go ahead, Teddy.
We're going to move now to public safety. And there was some breaking news from the New York Times that you, Mr. Mamdani, would ask Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on as police commissioner if you are indeed mayor. I wanted to confirm if that was true. And for Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa, would you ask the current police commissioner to stay on if you were elected? So, Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you.
Yes, I can confirm that reporting. My administration will be relentless in its pursuit of safety and affordability for every New Yorker. And the delivery of that will require us to put together a team of the best and the brightest. Eric Adams stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and incompetence. Commissioner Tisch took on a broken status quo, started to deliver accountability, rooting out corruption and reducing crime across the 5 boroughs. I've said time and again that my litmus test for that position will be excellence, and the alignment will be of that position. And I am confident that under a Mamdani administration, we will continue to deliver on that same mission and do so while creating the Department of Community Safety to ensure that mental health experts were the ones responding to the mental health crisis. Because safety and justice is at the cornerstone of our pursuit of public safety, and in doing so, we will also be able to deliver our agenda for affordability.
Thank you. And very briefly, quickly, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, would you ask Commissioner Tisch to stay on if you were elected mayor?
Yes, I would, for stability. But then again, I don't think she would serve with either Cuomo or Zoran because she has railed against no cash bail. Cuomo, the architect of no cash bail. Zoran, the apprentice of no cash bail. That's why criminals are running in the street.
And Mr. Cuomo, would you ask her to stay on?
I would ask her to stay on. I don't believe Zoran when he says he would ask her to stay on. The DSA's position, his position has been to defund, disband the police. She wouldn't take that. His current position, today's position, was freeze the budget. That would cause a reduction in police. She has called for more police. I've called for more police. Mayor Adams has called for more police. So their philosophies are totally incongruous. DSA calls for eliminating misdemeanors. He wants to decriminalize prostitution. I don't think she would support any of that.
Well, we can't speak for her. She's not here. But I will ask the public safety question. And we'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa. The issues of crime and disorder on the streets. The NYPD says the crime is going down in all major categories, most major categories, but to New Yorkers, they're still concerned with disorder and their own unique perception of crime. Do you think addressing quality of life concerns helps prevent more serious crimes, and how would you deploy the city's police force to deal with those serious violent crimes and also quality of life offenses like disorderly conduct and retail theft? Mr. Sliwa.
First off, I've been in all 350 neighborhoods. I'm the only candidate that's on the subway each and every day. I've yet to hear from one New Yorker who said they feel safer either in the subways or the streets. And Eric Adams constantly heckling at us like it's the perception. No, it's the reality of crime. We need 7,000 police officers. We are badly understaffed. We need to get police officers in the subways actually patrolling the moving cars where people are most threatened and most frightened. And we need to bring back the homeless outreach unit that was disbanded when de Blasio took $1 billion out of the budget. These were men and women police officers who already had with them medical nurses and healthcare practitioners, but it was de Blasio who abolished it, and they've been talking about bringing something back ever since, but they never do it. Because I'm out there in the subways every day and I never see it. And when I'm mayor, it gets done on day one. The homeless outreach unit is put back into the NYPD.
Thank you. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I hear from New Yorkers of where they feel least safe, they will often tell me the subway system. And when they explain those moments to me, what they are often explaining is a mental health crisis in our city and a crisis of homelessness that has only continued to grow. And that is why, at the heart of our public safety agenda, is a groundbreaking proposal to not only reduce crime, but address these very moments of unease for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs by creating a Department of Community Safety that will be focused on the mental health crisis, focused on homelessness, and will ensure that police officers can focus on serious crimes. Because in 2020, the response time for those officers was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. And that's because every year, they are now responding to 200,000 mental health calls when those are calls that could by and large be taken by experts trained on responding to that very crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
The answer is always a new government agency. It's manage the system, manage the public safety system. We know how to do this. Mayor David Dinkins did it when we had a real crime.
Dinkins.
Hire more police officers. Of course, you have to deal with the mentally ill. Of course, that requires mental health specialists with police, because the situation can be dangerous. But hire the 5,000 more cops, because they're all quitting, because they're getting worked too hard. You're going to have to raise the starting salary, because nobody wants to be a cop today, the way they're treated. Put 1,500 in the subways. Forget this Zoran idea of not prosecuting misdemeanors. Prosecute misdemeanors. Those are quality of life crimes. And that's very important. Yes, the subways are scary, but it's scary in their neighborhood too. Those quality of life crimes also have to be addressed.
Mr. Mamdani.
No matter how many times Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy, I have never once stated that we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward, or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for another question.
And excuse me 1 second. Can I just respond to that accusation?
Whether it's misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases him back into the streets, and both of you afford no cash bail.
I want to move on. You'll get your opportunities, I think, because I want to bring up a particular crime concern, and that is violence among younger New Yorkers, specifically teenagers. My question is, what is your stance on the statewide Raise the Age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes? Police Commissioner Tisch says, quote, "The mentality on the street is that nothing happens to those under 18 who possess a gun." So would you support modifying Raise the Age in any way? And Mr. Mamdani, since you just announced that you would invite Commissioner Tisch to stay on, would you go along with her on this?
I would not support changes to the state's legislation, and I would not support them because the major issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that there is hundreds of millions of dollars that was supposed to be delivered alongside that law that is still languishing in Albany. And I am excited to be the next mayor of the city, to finally fight for the money that this city is owed, to ensure that we deliver it to our young people across the 5 boroughs.
Mr. Cuomo.
What I was referring to before is Zoran is a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They have a charter. He gives them 3% of his salary. He has said multiple times, I am a DSA member, I pledge allegiance. They say abolish jails, defund police, don't enforce misdemeanors. Go to my website, andrewcuomo.com. It's right on the front page. Now, is he lying to the DSA? Is he lying to New Yorkers? Is he lying to everybody? Who knows? On the Raise the Age, I passed the law. I support the law. We were one of only 2 states that put 16 and 17-year-olds in adult prisons. It was inhumane. It was cruel and unusual, and I'm proud of that law. It's administered by local governments. Some are doing it better than others. If Zoran thought that there was money locked up in Albany, maybe he should have gone to Albany and proposed a bill to release it.
Jojo Siwa has something to say.
The architect of Raise the Age, Governor Cuomo, the apprentice to him, Zoran. It's personal for me. My oldest son, Anthony, last October was the victim of a vicious gang assault that could have killed him. And what happened to these juveniles? Cut free, because they went to family court, not criminal.
Brother, I watched you commit a vicious gang assault on live TV.
Oldest son to gang violence, and the perpetrators went to family court and got a little pat on the wrist and was sent home to do it again and again. No. We need to start charging juveniles who commit violent crime in criminal court, and I'll appoint criminal court judges who follow the law and don't just release them because of no cash bail.
Clear difference between you on that. Ms. Errol, you pick it up.
Okay, candidates, I've got individual questions for you, and we're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I'd like you to really just explain kind of where you're coming from. Mr. Mamdani, you've called for reorganizing the NYPD to create this Department of Community Safety that, among other things, would handle calls involving people in mental health distress. Your opponents have disparaged this as sending social workers rather than cops into dangerous situations like domestic violence disputes. Explain really what you have in mind, and please include any evidence that this approach would work.
Absolutely. What my opponents are clinging to is the past, because that's all that they know. What I am proposing is something that will address the needs of New Yorkers in the present. We speak and hear from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who outline how the mental health crisis is one of the major challenges in this city. And yet what we have in our city is asking those same police officers who are being asked to respond to shootings, respond to murders, to also respond to these calls. I trust the dispatchers who would be receiving these calls to make the determination as to whether there was any indication of violence. If there is no indication of a threat of violence, then we would set the mental health experts and providers to respond to those same incidents. The reason I believe in the efficacy of this approach is because of the fact that it has been delivered elsewhere in the country. So no matter how often you hear those on this stage tell you that something cannot be done, know that there are others in this same country who have seen it, and it is time for that same policy to come to New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, I have a similar question for both of you. The department currently fields about 33,000 officers, down from 37,000 in 2018. Public safety budget approaching $10 billion. Mr. Sliwa, you want to hire 7,000 more cops. Mr. Cuomo says 5,000 more cops. Each of you make the case for why you think that's necessary, especially given the fact that for for much of New York City, crime declines over the last 20 years happened while the size of the force was also declining and not rising.
Errol, I have to revisit the last debate for a second when Zoran was basing this policy on what they do in Eugene, Oregon. You've never been to Eugene, Oregon. I have. Are you out of your mind? And then Columbus, Ohio. This is New York City, a major metropolitan area with thousands of 911 calls, domestic abuse, emotionally disturbed persons, and you want to have social workers go out there and risk their life, and by the way, they're not going to get the results that a trained professional police officer can get. That's why we so desperately need 7,000 new cops. We'll use the Boston model, which is pay now in lieu of taxes. They do it at Harvard University and the other university. We'll raise $1 billion, get them vetted, trained, and out into the streets so they can be seen in all the neighborhoods, and most importantly, do the job they were sworn to do. And I will make sure that their insurance, the qualified immunity that was stripped from them, the only civil servants who are not protected by the taxpayer, is returned so that they can freely go out and do what they were trained to do, is to protect all of the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
There is nothing new here. We've had mentally ill, homeless people going back to the Billy Boggs case, right, under the Ed Koch administration. I ran homeless services not just for David Dinkins, but also for President Clinton. I've worked in every state, all the large cities, on all homeless programs. I've spent dozens of nights out trying to bring mentally ill people in. It can be done with mental health workers and police workers. You cannot tell from a phone call if a person is going to be dangerous. And I have seen personally many times a person who seemed very calm and sedate explode into rage. Why? Because that's sometimes a symptom of mental illness. So there's nothing new here. It just has to be done and managed. Yes, you need more police. You need more police, first of all, Errol, because they're quitting because there are not enough to staff the force, and they're working overtime and weekends, and their family life is destroyed. So you have the highest attrition rate in modern history. You have to hire 5,000 just to slow down the attrition.
Okay, thank you, candidate. 40,000 beds for mental health in the state hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment, you cut the budget down to 4,000 beds. Shame on you for putting those emotionally disturbed persons in the street.
You don't know what you're telling. Well, there's one bet I'm going to say for you, but no one is saying to go back to Willowbrook. That's when there were 40,000 people in mental institutions. Yeah. We left that 40 years ago when we went to community-based housing.
We're going to stay in this century, guys. Yeah. The next, we're going to do our lightning round where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no.
We got about 30 minutes left.
Candidates, if you had the power, would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify. Mr. Sliwa.
One and done. Dead.
Mr. Mamdani.
Keep.
Okay. Would you expand, decrease, or keep the same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug users in the city? Mr. Mamdani.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same?
Keep the same.
Mr. Cuomo.
Keep.
Close them down.
Okay. The last two mayors proposed allocating 1% of the city budget for parks. Will you make the same pledge here tonight, Mr. Sliwa?
Add another 2%. Keep your hands off the parks, you greedy developers.
1%.
Mr. Cuomo. 1%. Okay.
2%.
Okay.
Another lightning round question. The city recently enacted a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit for e-bikes. And of course, there are the other motorized two-wheelers that also frequently ignore red lights and other traffic laws. If you were mayor, would you direct the NYPD to ramp up speeding tickets and other moving violations on the motorized two-wheelers, Mr. Cuomo?
Yes. Look, this is a dangerous situation for many people.
Mr. Mamdani, yes or no?
I would actually build on the city council's progress in holding the apps accountable like DoorDash and Grubhub to ensure that there weren't incentives for breaking those street traffic
laws. So
laws.
you would not increase ticketing the riders?
I do not think the police should be the ones dealing with the failures of these app companies.
Mr. Sliwa.
License them, register them, and yes, do enforcement on them.
All right. There is a ballot question to align mayoral election years with presidential election years in the future.
No.
Support this, Mr. Sliwa.
Absolutely not. All the attention would go to the presidential election, not...
Yeah, we need something to do in off-year elections like this.
Ballot elections, all of our city council people.
That's a no, Mr. Mamdani.
I haven't yet taken a position on any of the ballot referendums.
Oh, shocker.
Again?
Same answers
again and again and again. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. First question, do you support having a casino in the 5 boroughs, like it's a full casino, and do you have a favorite among the 3 current contenders? Mr. Sliwa.
No, only if the community wants it.
Mr. Mamdani.
I'm personally skeptical of casinos, but voters did choose to bring them to New York City, and unlike Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump, I don't view the law as just a suggestion.
Do you have a favorite of the 3?
No, I don't have favorites of casinos.
Mr. Cuomo.
I have not reviewed the proposals. I did not vote.
It's not so hard to say.
I did. Let me just so you understand some facts. I did not vote to bring the casinos to New York City. I did casinos in upstate New York as economic development measures. I had no part of these 3 casinos, how they were done. I think it's highly problematic, and I think there's going to be a lot more to come.
If this was a ranked choice,
You and Zoran can't answer a straight question.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this. You'd have to rank these.
Myself, number 1, and Curtis, number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Me too.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran.
Are
you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you have an answer?
I support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Mr. Cuomo.
I love that Zoran and Curtis ticket idea. I don't know. I'm just enamored with it. I would just rank myself.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Mr. Cuomo.
Yes, I would.
Mr. Sliwa.
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
Yeah.
Final, a fun one.
Be careful. Be careful.
What is your favorite live music venue in New York City, Mr. Sliwa?
Oh, chain smokers. EDM.
Under the K Bridge, I'm presume.
What?
Kosciuszko Bridge.
Mr. Mamdani.
Forest Hill Stadium.
Mr. Cuomo.
under the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Have you seen a show under the Cape Bridge? Who'd you see?
No, I picked up my daughters at a show there. That's as close as I got.
All right, candidates, it's time for the cross-examination.
Poser.
Where each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. The order was selected at random. We're going to begin with Curtis Sliwa.
Zoran, you talk about free, free, free. But we know that somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers. And that's going to lead to bankruptcy. The only reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary and rejected by 13 women who charged you with sexual harassment. Do you ever know that no means no? You know what no means?
Your question is to Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, it was.
Who was your question
we can bifurcate it, right?
No. You can't. Who was your question
to? It's to Cuomo.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Cuomo.
I'm not sure what the man said, but
how do you not feel embarrassment?
The situation, my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was dropped from the cases. If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa, who runs the Guardian Angels and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the Guardian Angels and has been accepting charitable donations, which is just a crime and tax fraud. So I think that's the person who I was explaining to do.
Okay, your turn to ask a question, Mr. Cuomo.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community.
Wow.
Italian American.
No self-awareness.
The Columbus statue, the finger. It's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram. It's the Hindus. But then you take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga, Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take the picture with your father, you're smiling, he's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer Kadaga.
Question.
You're a citizen of Uganda. You took the picture, you said you didn't know who she was, it turns out you did. How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question.
My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed at every single opportunity you have.
Yeah.
Okay.
First, no,
that's it. Cross-examination is just a question and answer. Your turn to ask a question.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records. She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you...
Oh, wow.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. there were allegations of sexual harassment. They were then went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just stated, you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to from you.
Everything that I stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer, why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay?
Okay.
You have no problem with BDS against Israel, but no BDS for Uganda.
This is just one question, one answer. We all heard it. Thank you very much, candidates. Brian.
Our next topic is education. The next mayor will oversee the largest school system in the United States, as you know, with roughly 900,000 students, thousands of schools, and billions of dollars in budget. We have an education question for each of you. Mr. Mamdani, you said you would give up mayoral control of schools and share decision-making with various stakeholders. But in the last debate, you said you're still for mayoral accountability for educational outcomes. This has confused some people about how you can give up final authority but still hold yourself accountable. Can you try to clarify that?
I remain opposed to mayoral control, and I also believe that the mayor is accountable for that which happens in this city. I will not shirk that accountability, even when we are putting together a system that has greater involvement for parents, for educators, for students. Look, 1 in 300 Americans is a student in the New York City public school system. This is a system where we are failing to deliver excellence to students, to teachers, to parents, and it is time to have a mayor who understands not only the crisis in front of us, but the fact that we have to change our ways if we want to change our results. And that is what we are running on, a plan for the future, not to simply relitigate the past.
Mr. Sliwa, you recently proposed reducing the education budget by $10 billion, or about 25%, to help pay for tax cuts. But your website includes things like, quote, hire more therapists, expand services for students with learning differences, build new vocational high schools, restore arts programs, expand athletic programs, and increase teacher pay to attract and retain top talent. Those are all exact quotes from your website. How do you defund the education department by 25% to cut taxes, add in the Trump administration's various cuts, and do all those expansions at the same time?
Well, let me tell you, you have a bureaucracy at the Tweed Courthouse. Perfect place to house the Department of Education because of the corruption in the top ranks. You have 13 deputy chancellors. You have about 50 department heads. Nobody at the school level ever deals with them. $41,000 we pay per student, and teachers still have to reach into their pockets to pay for basic supplies. You cut at the top, contracts that have been negotiated that have not been overseen. You will save millions and millions of dollars. And yes, you open up the schools as it was when I went to public school, after school center, night center, weekend center, not just sports, but culture, plays, musicals. People used to be able to take instruments home when they were in band and orchestra. That attracted children. 1/3 of our children don't even come to school each day, and we need more vocational training like we had when I was growing up. That's been depleted, and more charter schools. We need to raise the cap and have more charter schools for the children who have been waiting to get in for years.
And Katie has an education question for Mr. Cuomo.
Thanks, Brian. Mr. Cuomo, there's currently a state law to reduce class sizes in the city. You recently described the law as, quote, reckless, and proposed that popular schools be exempted from this law. You also want to start closing low-performing schools, one of the most controversial policies of Mayor Bloomberg. Would you defy the class size law, and if you close existing schools rather than work to improve them, what specifically helps the kids learn more and where?
Yeah, the common denominator on all these things is, the question is, what is your plan to change things, and what is your ability and experience to do it? These are management challenges, and I have managed large bureaucracies. The Department of Education, we lost 1 million students. What's happening is young families have to make a decision when their child has to go to school. They're deciding to go to the suburbs, go to Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their kid. So it is a terrible problem for the entire city, the shrinking public school system. I would double the gifted and talented programs, double the number of specialized high schools, keep the SAT, and keep mayoral control. It is wholly inconsistent to say, I think it's a top priority, but I want to give up mayoral control, but I want to be a mayor who runs grocery stores. Forget the grocery stores. Run the Department of Education. It was the most single instrumental reform. Mayor Bloomberg was right. The mayor in Boston and Chicago don't give up mayoral control.
Would you defy the law, the class size law?
The problem with the class size law, it's a nice idea. The state didn't send the money. The state has not been doing its fair share for the city. If you have a nice idea, that's nice. Send the money.
And just a fact check, I don't think we lost 1 million students. We have just about under 1 million students in the DOE system. But just a quick show of hands.
I'm sorry, yes.
And just a show of hands, no talking. Who is in favor of the cell phone ban in schools? Raise your hands. Everyone has raised their hands. They all are in favor of the cell phone ban. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, I want to talk about Rikers Island. Under city law, the jail complex on Rikers is supposed to close in 2027. That's something that the next mayor is going to have to navigate.
I don't know how I feel about cell phone bans.
However, has only gone up. It's surpassing 7,000 detainees, and a judge this year put Rikers on a path toward federal receivership. So here's the question. As mayor, will you commit to the closure of Rikers Island as required? And if not, what is your alternative plan? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
Number one, the architect for the closing of Rikers Island is on this stage. That's former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He was the first, and his apprentice is Mamdani. No, you keep Rikers Island open. There are 7 functioning buildings, 3 others that need to be rehabbed. You can move those who have mental health issues and give them the treatment they need as long as they're detained on Rikers Island. Some people do a year of time if they're given that in the courts rather than be shipped upstate. So there are a variety of inmates. We have allocated $8 billion for 4 community jails. The price tag is now up to $16 billion and will only house 4,000 of the 7,000. Guess what? We keep the inmates on Rikers Island, and we turn those 4 units in the neighborhoods into affordable housing that we've all been clamoring for.
What about the law that requires the closing?
Oh, you go into court, you fight. You fight for the taxpayers, and you fight to keep inmates on Rikers Island so that we don't just have to lock up toothpaste in New York City, but we lock up inmates.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran has said he'd honor the law closing Rikers in 2027. You can't. You can't. Unless you intend to release all the people on Rikers Island, which is the Democratic Socialist policy. The county jails are not going to be built. It was a mistake. The whole plan was a mistake. They are years late, billions over budget. I would say scrap the county jails, build new jails on Rikers Island, provide ferry and bus transportation for people from the other boroughs to visit on Rikers Island, and then use the existing 4 sites for commercial residential. But you cannot close Rikers on 2027 because there's no place to put the people unless you're going to release 7,000 people.
Well, you're familiar with the idea that a law is passed, it's supposed to be followed, even if it's difficult, even if the timeline is screwed up, even if the money's not there.
Yeah, so then, which is Zoran's position, then you're saying release the 7,000 people. And I'm saying I'm not going to release 7,000 criminals into New York City.
Mr. Mamdani.
There is no one on this stage that is saying that. Yet Andrew Cuomo will repeat it again and again. What I have said time and again, I'll repeat it again, is that yes, we have to close Rikers Island. Rikers Island is a stain on the history of this city. And that this current administration has made it nearly impossible to do so by the stipulated timeline. So what I will do is everything in my power to try and meet that deadline, knowing that Eric Adams has made it so difficult because he's had no interest in actually following through on it. And as much as you will hear about experience and running a government, what Andrew Cuomo doesn't seem to understand is the city has already entered into contracts for these borough-based jails, and to end those contracts would be to incur massive fiscal penalties, but that's not something that he seems to care about, even as he speaks about the fiscal stewardship of this city.
If I may, you want to talk to me about running government or managing projects? I built the 2nd Avenue subway. I built the Mayoral Cuomo Bridge, the largest infrastructure project in the United States of America, $5 billion.
He said that at least 3 times.
2nd Avenue subway, Moynihan train hall. Of course there's costs incurred. The question is going to be, how much more does it cost to finish the jail?
Your mom has a train hole.
Better off cutting your losses. That's the question in the discussion, and you sit down with the contractor and you negotiate. But your position of, I'm going to close it on 2027, the question is yes or no? Do you close it in 2027? You still haven't answered.
You will hear from Andrew Cuomo about his experience as if the issue is that we don't know about it. The issue is that we have all experienced experience. The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes. The issue is that we experienced
slapping fannies and killing grannies.
Send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you give $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
No, the only thing, the issue is you have no experience. You've accomplished nothing. You haven't proposed a bill on anything. And you still haven't said if you'll close Rikers in 2027.
Stop. I got the answer to the questions I was asking. Thanks very much. Let's move on.
My next question is about another law that's already on the books. The city has a climate law, Local Law 97, that will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 or face financial penalties. As you know, some co-ops, condos, and landlords are afraid of crushing expenses, but buildings account for 70% of the city's climate pollution emissions, so reduction would need to include that sector. You all have taken different positions on this. I want our viewers and listeners to hear each of you, starting with Mr. Cuomo in this case. Would you abide by and make others abide by Local Law 97 as it stands?
As it stands, you're going to have to be flexible in the application. What's going to happen now is many companies will just pay the fine because it's cheaper than actually following the rules. And that's the last thing you want. That accomplishes nothing, right? It's just another tax, in essence, on these units. So there's going to have to be flexibility. It's the right intent, it's the right goal, but how you implement it has to deal with reality and the costs. Again, otherwise, I can tell you, I've had this conversation with many of them. They're not even going to try. They're just going to pay the fine.
What kind of flexibility, if you could be
It's going to be timing, and what do we mean, and can it be phased in?
Mr. Mamdani.
The climate crisis is one of the most pressing crises facing this city, and we deserve to take it on with the urgency it requires. It is right now easier to pay the fine than to actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that by eliminating the application fees for J51, by extending that tax credit, by also creating a one-stop shop in New York City government that procures at a large scale heat pumps and the very kind of infrastructure needed to comply. We've seen this happen before with clean energy work that's been done in Woodside houses. It's time to bring that kind of work right here so that we can ensure full compliance with Local Law 97.
I read that you're proposing the city buy those heat pumps and other tech in bulk and give them to landlords and other buildings for free. Is that accurate?
No, it's to actually ensure that they can afford the cost of these things by purchasing using an economy of scale.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only one on this stage totally opposed to Local 97. 100,000 condo and co-op owners. Their maintenance fees will go up 30%. They won't have enough reserve fees. You're going to see massive flight from the co-ops and condos. Now, they want to electrify everything. Well, there's a man on...
Will somebody think of the condo owners?
Offline. That was 25% of our electrical output. We haven't been able to meet the need since. And as a result, they're now starting to build, because of the city of yes that I'm opposed, these lithium-ion battery warehouses. Where? Staten Island 38, Brooklyn 12. 8 in Queens, 4 in the Bronx, and none in Manhattan? Oh, no. They're going to electrify, and they don't have the electrical output. So I say no to Local 97. And when I'm mayor, I tell all my commissioners, throw a monkey wrench into the process. We slow it down because we want these condo owners and co-op owners to stay.
Mr. Cuomo, you were name-checked on Indian Point?
I think I was. Indian Point was a danger. It was the nuclear power plant most closely located to the densest population. There was no nuclear plant on the globe that close to a city. There were 20 million people in what was called the kill zone. Before I became Attorney General, there had been a number of lawsuits to stop it. What we did is we brought cables down from upstate New York down the Hudson River. We have nuclear upstate. We're in rural areas to bring that nuclear power down the cables and then on that basis substitute for Indian Point's power.
Yes or no?
Electricity rates are too high to pay because of you, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes or no? Would any of you support new nuclear power plants to help bring down the rising cost of utilities in New York State? Just yes or no, Mr. Sliwa?
Upstate, they're already starting, yes.
Mr. Mamdani?
I think it's something worth exploring.
Mr. Cuomo?
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes.
Katie?
We're going to move on now to the economy. Mamdani, you're proposing to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 an hour by 2030. How would you get the state legislature to go along with your plan?
We got the last 4 minutes of the debate devoted to the economy.
A small business owner would have to pay every employee this amount, especially when the city currently doesn't mandate that figure for its own public employees. And I have separate questions for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo.
So this would be something where the city would have to start doing so as well, because any law that we want New Yorkers to follow, the city should be following it itself. And the reason that we put forward $30 by 2030 is that that's the minimum that a New Yorker needs to be paid to be able to afford to live in this city. And what we are looking at right now is the possibility of the place that we know and love becoming a museum of where working class people used to be able to live. Our proposal that we've put forward would be phased in over a longer period of time for small business owners to ensure that they could deal with this. And it's also one that we are confident we would be able to accomplish because of the fact that we are seeing from New Yorkers time and time again, the absence of it is pushing them to live in Jersey City, to live in Pennsylvania, to live in Connecticut, because they can't afford to live in New York City.
Thank you. And for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, if you're not in favor of a $30 minimum wage, what are your plans to raise the salaries of workers in New York City? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
First off, Zoran Mamdani deals with fantasy, not reality. Look at all the Uber drivers. Look at all the taxi drivers, the Lyft drivers. They will now have driverless cars. That's what they're pushing. AI that's going to be wiping, especially for young men and women who went to school, got their 4 years of college, 2-year degree, and they're making $155,000, and then they get wiped out. You know what the corporate sector is going to do. They're going to bring in robotics. Zoran, stop dealing with fantasy and start dealing with reality. You're pushing businesses out because you want to tax them. I'm the only one here who wants to cut the corporate taxes, the income tax, the property tax we can cut in order to keep business here. But if you raise the minimum wage too high, they're going to end up going in a different direction, and they're not going to hire workers. It's going to be robots and driverless cars and AI, and I'm opposed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah. I half agree with Curtis. There is, Zoran does have socialist theory.
Jojo made some good points.
Practical reality. I went through this. We raised the minimum wage to the highest in the United States of America. New York set the bar. We set it at $15. Every other state said, that's crazy when we did it. People in the state said that was crazy when we did it. But it was calibrated. It was doable. We phased it in different parts of the state. We phased it in with small businesses. We gave them assistance. Because if you raise it too high, and I believe 30 is too high, I would raise it to 20. If you raise it to too high, you do two things.
How much you make a year, Cuomo?
Jobs. You bankrupt businesses. You're talking about basically doubling payroll. And you can have a negative effect where literally businesses close and people lose their jobs. And overall, again, it's another tax on corporations, another reason to leave New York, another reason to pack up the family and get on I-95 and go to South Carolina and Florida and Texas.
All right. Candidates, we are coming down the home stretch. I want to alert our media partners, especially we're going to go over by 5 minutes, and we're going to...
Oh, we get a little overtime.
Conversation about transit.
Right, and we're going to have to do this very briefly to each of you because you each have transit things to answer to. Mr. Cuomo, you say the city should take partial control of New York City transit away from the MTA, which is mostly controlled by the state. Would the city then have to foot more of the bill? And if this is a good idea, why didn't you propose it as governor?
The capital, first of all, New York City owns the New York City Transit Authority, not the MTA. It leases the trains and subways to the MTA. And then the question is the division of responsibility. New York City does the safety along with the MTA. The problem the MTA is having is the capital construction projects. It has been an ongoing problem. I came in, I took over Moynihan and finished it. I came in and took over 2nd Avenue subway, the L train tunnel. The capital construction projects are way overdue.
Would it fall more on the city to pay?
I would say no. There is a budget set. My only point is the MTA, which is a labyrinth bureaucracy set up by Rockefeller, which should have never been done in the first place. It's an overwhelming task for the greatest managers, and I hired both of them. But let the city manage the capital construction from the MTA budget.
Mr. Mamdani, make your case briefly for your proposal for free buses for everybody, even those who can afford to pay.
You know, first I'll just say that one of the most celebrated leaders of the New York City Transit was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact that today, in the wealthiest city, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford the bus fare. It would cost $700 million a year to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. And by doing so, we would generate more than double in economic revenue for New Yorkers across the city. It would be something that would reduce assaults on bus drivers, it would increase ridership on those buses, and it would actually have environmental impacts as fewer New Yorkers would drive their own car or take a taxi and would instead get on the bus. And I know all of this because I delivered it as a state assembly member who won the first free buses in New York City's history.
And Mr. Sliwa, your website, according to my reading, has a section on transit safety, but nothing on transit service. Do you have any core proposals for improving it?
Oh, sure. First off, Zoran, I get a good belly laugh.
Zoran, bro.
Oh, all right. I'll keep practicing.
I got you.
I get a good belly laugh every time I hear you say free fare in the subways. Half the people don't pay anyway. How about fair enforcement? I'm the only one who says we have all kinds of fare programs for the indigent and the poor. But if you don't pay your fare, there needs to be enforcement. And by the way, I've taken the subway almost every day of my life since I was 5. The worst time was the summer of 2017, the summer of hell, Andrew Cuomo,
right,
when
Curtis.
you were running the subway system as the head of the MTA.
Damn.
You with anything to do with
So
mass transit.
how would you make it better?
Oh, very simply. Everybody pays their fare, enforcement, more cops in the subway system. And by the way, we can get more people to voluntarily actually sponsor their subway system stations, clean it up, and beautify them, and add some life so the community has input into the subway that they have to go through the sleaze and slime all the time.
All right, candidates, we've got just a couple of minutes. Let's have another quick lightning round where each candidate will answer my questions with a quick response, usually yes or no. Name one person you'd like to see run for president in 2028, Mr. Sliwa.
Wow, in 2028.
Himself.
I'm dealing right now with 2025.
Mr. Mamdani.
My only focus is on November.
Mr. Cuomo.
I haven't thought it through.
Okay. We have a city of hundreds of languages and cultures. Can you greet New Yorkers in a language other than your own, Mr. Cuomo?
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Ni hao, 我的朋友.
Okay.
Buona fortuna per centenarii.
Okay. Have you decided on a school's chancellor, Mr. Sliwa?
Yes.
Did JoJo speak Italian better than Cuomo?
He leads Democrats for Sliwa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No, I haven't decided on a chancellor as yet.
Okay. Should people be arrested for the solicitation of sex, Mr. Sliwa?
No.
No. The Johns, yes. The pimps, the madams, and the absentee landlords.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
No.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran's decriminalization for prostitutes, johns, and pimps would be a disaster on the quality of life in New York City.
They should be arrested, you say? Should people be arrested for soliciting sex?
It is a criminal offense. I would keep it as it is.
Okay. Last question. Can you name one thing that New York got right during the COVID crisis, Mr. Sliwa?
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get anything right during the COVID crisis.
Mr. Mamdani.
Slapping fannies and killing grannies.
To get my vaccine shot when I went for that, and that was an efficient experience.
Mr. Cuomo.
Thank you for the compliment.
That was a city-run vaccine.
All right,
No,
gentlemen.
it wasn't.
Thanks so much, gentlemen.
Cuomo's desperate.
For this debate, I would like to thank the candidates and our partners and all of you at home. If you missed any part of this debate, you can watch it in its entirety at ny1.com and the Spectrum News YouTube channel. Early voting is set to begin across the 5 boroughs on Saturday.
Honestly, I think JoJo Siwa won.
Including city controller, public advocate, the 5 borough presidents and members of the city council, as well as 6 ballot initiatives.
Mamdani seemed like he was being a little cautious.
Election day is November 4th. Thank you all for watching. Have a great evening.
I think JoJo Siwa won the debate. If you are new here, if you're just joining us for the debate, my name is JustinFREAKIN. We find out what that news be doing. We're going to do the second half of the show. We're going to do exactly that. I got all kinds of stuff coming up for you. We're going to talk about the shutdown, new charges issued from the DOJ on the teenagers that attacked a Doge staffer known as Big Balls. We're going to update you on the demolition of the East Wing, the crackdown in Chicago. Also, ICE federal agents hitting up New York. Person was arrested trying to hit or ram federal agents with their vehicle. A state rep was stopped by ICE. He's going to detail his experience. There was a chain reaction crash earlier today in California. A day or two ago, a man was arrested at the Atlanta airport. A mass shooting possibly stopped. A meteorologist says she is being stalked by one of her viewers. An inmate tried to get released from prison by getting pregnant. I got a coyote that was caught on camera mauling a family. And a small plane hit a deaf woman as she was walking her dog. All that and a lot freaking more on the other side of the break. Socialist Aunt, thank you for the sub. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back, find out what that news be doing. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Wall for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right-wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the culture.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, clip, panic, attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in Discords, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Right-wingers are morons.
Light one hit and tip one back. One more clip before we hit the set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but he takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
We live in turbulent times. The media is full of deception, conspiracy theories, and fake news. Now, more than ever, it is important to ensure you're getting information from a source that's freaking reliable.
I'm Justin Mullins, and this is the Freakin' News.
Get a breaking or interesting story with a humorous twist in about a minute weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on YouTube, BitChute, Odyssey, and more.
All right, let's get to the news, because here in a little bit, we're going to watch some Halloween specials on Kick and Twitch. So let's get this bullshit out of the way. It is the 22nd day of the shutdown. I think the Senate held a vote earlier that also failed to reopen the government.
The Senate is set to vote for a 12th time to reopen the government today as we enter
and it failed.
22 of the shutdown. That makes it the second longest in U.S. history. President Trump met with Republican lawmakers yesterday, rejecting Democrats' calls for a meeting of their own. Listen.
I would like to meet with both of them, but I set one little caveat. I will only meet if they let the country open.
CBS News correspondent Natalie Brand is at the White House with more for us this morning. Good morning, Natalie. I wonder what the president gains by taking this position, because many federal workers are stretching their dollars right now, bracing for no paycheck this Friday.
That's right, Errol, but both sides really think that they are winning in terms of messaging regarding this shutdown. Both sides so dug in. That's why, there's really no clear indicator of when this is going to end. As you know, Senate
Jojo Siwa did win the debate
yesterday for lunch, and they're really united. And
Silent, Big Ben, Dip, welcome in.
Democratic lawmakers have to reopen the government before having this larger negotiation over health care subsidies, which is what Democrats have been fighting for. Leader Schumer and Jeffries over in Congress have asked the president for a meeting before he heads overseas later this week. But again, the president saying he's not going to be, quote, extorted by Democrats, that they have to vote for a short-term funding measure before speaking to them about health care. Schumer, meanwhile, flagging the date November 1st. That's when he warns that health care premiums could increase substantially if no action is taken on the issue of health care before the end of the month. So again, we are in this holding pattern. Major Garrett on the takeout last night spoke to former Republican House Speaker Kevin McCarthy about this shutdown. Take a listen.
We have never shut the government down over a continuing resolution, which to your viewers, which are highly educated political people, that simply means keep government exactly as it is. So there are no advantages to anybody else, but
well, there's a caveat to that because of the big beautiful bill. The ACA subsidies are getting ready to expire at the end of the year, which means people that are signing up for their insurance right now, that period started on October 1st, are seeing a doubling or tripling in some cases of their premiums. The other issue is that the last time they passed a continuing resolution, Trump went in and used rescission to be able to defund things that they funded in the last continuing resolution. So that is the two sticking points with Democrats right now. They want a protection of the ACA subsidies that are set to expire, and they want a agreement that Trump won't use rescission to defund things that they agreed to fund in the budget. So you're not being incredibly truthful, Kevin McCarthy, you piece of shit.
Reason why they shut down, purely political. It's kind of the reverse where Republicans were in 2013. You've got a Republican in the White House for a second term, so Democrats are upset.
So a 12th vote is expected later today on the Republican short-term funding measure, but again, no signs of movement on either side. One new development, though, Errol, is that lawmakers could soon be voting on dueling measures to pay federal employees. Republicans are pushing forward a bill that would pay essential workers, teeing up a vote as early as this week. Democrats, they're writing their own version to pay all federal workers, including those furloughed. This comes as a number of federal workers are now turning to food banks. That's what we saw here in Washington, D.C. yesterday.
Yeah, and we'll have more on that later this hour. Natalie Brand, thank you very much for those updates.
Blue Magic Man, welcome in. It's not that complicated. I explained it pretty easily. Not that complicated at all. Here is Representative Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, speaking on the shutdown earlier today. That's also another sticking point, is Congress doesn't want to swear in the 218th vote in order to get the discharge petition of the Epstein files.
Thank you so much. Can you just speak to some of the programs that Democrats want funding for in the $1.5 trillion list of demands? We've heard things like $13.4 million for civic engagement in Zimbabwe, $3.9 million for LGBTQ.
That's absurd.
Grants in the Balkans, things like that.
What the who the fuck is asking this question?
You guys say this is about saving healthcare, but
brother, there's no.
Yeah, we have no idea what you're talking about.
Illegals don't get healthcare. Period. End of story. They're wanting to end the big beautiful bill ended ACA subsidies so that people like you, if you go and buy insurance on the exchange, will see a doubling or tripling of your premium. And that is what Democrats are fighting for.
Or what Republican extremists fed you those talking points. But the reality is, what we are doing.
I don't even know if I'll get to it tonight, Flash.
The American people. Yeah, we do want to restore the fact that the largest cut to Medicaid in American history has been visited upon the American people by Donald Trump and Republicans, even though they promised to love and cherish Medicaid. But instead of doing that, they cut about $1 trillion from Medicaid. And as a result of that fact, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across the country, including in Republican states like Georgia, like Alabama, and Republican states all across the country. And Republicans have visited the largest cut to Medicaid in American history on their own people. That's what we want to restore. We want to avoid the fact that because of what Republicans did in their one big ugly bill, what they did is to trigger the possibility of a $536 billion cut to Medicare, because Republicans have put a bullseye on Medicare and Social Security since those earned benefits were created. And yet we have a problem with the fact that Republicans want to devastate the Medicare of the American people. And why did they do that? Why did they cut Medicaid by almost $1 trillion? Because they want to reward their billionaire donors with massive tax breaks. And they made those massive tax breaks permanent.
Yep.
While at the same time can't even be bothered to extend Affordable Care Act tax credits for working class Americans who are about to experience dramatically increased premiums, copays, and deductibles. The American people know that Democrats are fighting for them, for working class America, for middle class America, and for everyday Americans, and that Republicans continue to show up for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected.
But hey, Dr. Oz says that Republicans actually do have a plan for your health care. Let's see. We've been waiting for Republicans to say what they were going to replace the ACA with for what, 15 years now?
Well, joining me now is the administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz. Dr. Oz, thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Honored to be with you, Kristen. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's wonderful to have you here, Dr. Oz. I want to start off by asking you about open enrollment for the Obamacare marketplace, these subsidies. Open enrollment, of course, begins November 1st. It's already underway for Medicare recipients. I want to ask you, if the ACA subsidies expire, premiums for everyone could more than double. Do you believe those subsidies should be extended?
You know, the reality is the ACA has been sick from the moment it was created, and it got a lot sicker during COVID. There were changes made, like these enhanced subsidies you're asking about. They were added on top of the already robust subsidies that exist. Probably 92% of the money that's spent on insurance premiums are part of the original ACA, and that wasn't even enough, apparently, because they added more money during COVID. So the question really isn't, should we put more money into it, or how much more, or continue these COVID-era subsidies? Is how do we actually restructure the system, Kristen, so it works? And to do that, you need smart people like the kinds of folks we have in this beautiful building I'm speaking to you from, which houses HHS and the agency.
Honestly, Dip, Oz probably would have been better on Israel-Palestine than Fetterman.
I run Medicare and Medicaid, but they're not here now. They're furloughed. They're at home. So all the actuarials, the insurance experts, all the folks who have spent their whole life studying how to provide better quality insurance to folks from the bottom end of the income spectrum, those making, 100 to 400% of the poverty level, those folks aren't here. And I my first time through government, as you know, I was sitting where you were for most of my adult life, trying to actually be in the private sector. But I never really thought that the shutdown would last this long. I always assumed that the Democrats had made their point. They were upset about the one big beautiful bill. And, ACA came into the conversation as well, and they would sort of get everyone back to work so they come up with some serious answers. But it takes time to come up with major policy steps. But can I add one thing, Kristen, because you asked the question?
Yeah, please.
The issues here, I mean, we're obviously in open enrollment for Medicare, and just for everybody out there, for the seniors, don't be alarmed. Medicare itself, everyone
he's Turkish, isn't he?
Democrats, Republicans, no one's touching Medicare. So Medicare.gov is open, and if you need to go through open enrollment and take an extra fresh look, please do that. But the accusation that the one big beautiful bill also needed to be repealed sort of it surprises me, because we know that it cut out a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse, and especially when it gets to specific issues like claims that there are no illegal immigrants getting money through the system. So why would you bother picking on that? We went back and checked.
The Jerusalem Post attacked him.
Had investigators actually look at the numbers.
But it looks like he's actually been pretty pro-Israel.
There's more than $1 billion spent on illegal immigrants just over the past few months in just half a dozen states on illegal immigrant health care, which means if you live in Texas, your federal taxes are being used to pay for illegal immigrants in California. That's not how the system should work. So parts of the puzzle don't make sense to me.
Dr. Oz, a couple of follow-up questions for you. First of all, we should note undocumented immigrants are ineligible for federal health care programs. But let me just ask you, you cite this new study. Are you going to release the findings? We have not seen this actual investigation and the results that you're citing. Do you commit to making them public?
I do, Kristen. I commit to you right here and now. We'll make that data public. The reason it's not public now is it's so new. We began collecting data from the first 2 or 3 states 6 months ago. We got another 3 or 4 states on. We're going to look at a total of 8 states which have state-based mechanisms of paying for illegal immigrants. As to your point, by the way, and you're right, federal money is not supposed to go to.
Oh my God! Like seriously, any right-wingers watching this right now, they fearmonger to you. They just say illegal immigrants and trans people over and over again. And because you don't understand the issues, and because illegal sounds bad, and because trans people are scary to you, you go along with their bullshit. It's sad. You should really learn to feel embarrassment.
However, when states have a desire that they make on their own to fund illegal immigrants, they often commingle those monies, and that's the money we're talking about now. They may not have done it on purpose, but you should know, Kristen, they're already returning hundreds of millions of dollars. So you don't return money that you don't think you owe.
All right, Doctor, I was just getting back to my original question, though, about these subsidies, and we'll debate health care in just a moment, but do you think they should be extended so that millions of Americans don't lose their health care coverage?
I wouldn't extend the subsidies the way they were created for COVID. Remember, we were at war with a virus. And during wartime, you take extreme steps to try to make sure everyone's protected. And, you know, I think at the time when this decision was made, fine, you know, everyone acknowledged that eventually we'd be past the COVID era, which we are now. We're no longer at war. And so we don't want to use the exact same tactics that we used to deal with a virus when we're out of that period. If we want to have
But what you were talking about is people's premiums doubling, maybe even tripling now.
Just getting off Medicaid before they enter insurance, then we ought to address it more robustly. I'll give you a concrete example, Kristen. When the original models were created for the ACA, it was always believed that half of the people in the exchange would come out of the private sector and be funded from the private sector. The other half would come with government subsidies. It's 95% government subsidized because so much of the subsidy goes into the insurance companies.
So we should just go ahead and do Medicare for all.
Dr. Oz, I hear you saying that you think Obamacare is deeply flawed. So let me ask you, Republicans control the White House, the House, and the Senate. You've had control for 9 months now. If Obamacare is so bad, why hasn't the president introduced an alternative plan yet? He's had 9 months.
Well, there were ideas introduced to address some of the shortcomings of the ACA, but it could not get through the reconciliation process. It was pulled out for a variety of different reasons, and so it never made it to the final law. And the legislation that currently exists does an excellent job dealing with the shortcomings that we felt were important with the Medicaid systems. And it was always envisioned that Congress would, eventually get around to dealing with some of the issues that you're raising now around the ACA. But when you're in a shutdown, you prevent that from actually happening because the people who give technical expertise to the congressmen and senators who've got to actually write the laws, they're not at work anymore.
Yeah, but Dr. Oz, Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has sharply criticized Republicans, saying that there is no health care plan. She says that it's time to get one. Do you acknowledge that President Trump does not have a comprehensive health care plan with which to replace Obamacare?
I fully believe the president has a plan. We've been talking about it quite a bit.
Full plan?
Well, let's hear it.
Yes, the issue, Kristen, is which specific parts of the plan do you prioritize? Which are the ones you want to focus on? So as an example, just to talk about Medicaid, because we already did it, what was done with the One Big Beautiful Bill was perhaps the most ambitious reform of our Medicaid system ever. It was a massive effort to realign the president and the leaders of states, governors, so that what the federal government wants to do and what the state government wants to do for our most vulnerable citizens are done in coordination. The president did that with a great passion. He led the way. I spoke to him frequently during that process. We also took out a lot of the fraud and waste and abuse, so it was hurting the system. Kristen, we would have spent $5.4 billion more on Medicaid if we hadn't addressed that. That would have basically made us a big healthcare system with a small country attached.
But Dr. Oz, you're saying President Trump has a plan. If he has a plan, why hasn't he put it forward yet? Why don't the American people know about it yet?
The plans that were originally offered during the One Big Beautiful Bill negotiations fell out, which is fine. But when you hold the entire country hostage by shutting the government down, which is what the Democrats have done, you don't allow any discussion. There's not going to be any coordinated effort. You're not going to get one party to compromise with the other party when you're literally holding the entire government hostage. And the folks who would help this system evolve into a mature model aren't at work to help do it. I think we should reopen the government. We should use a clean CR, continuing resolution, to do just that. It needs to be long enough to give everyone time to both evaluate and come up with other ideas. But in the meantime, let people go back to work. You know, free the federal employees to go help the system and do their job.
All right. And just to button it up, so far, the president has not officially put a bill on the floor. I do want to ask you, though, the president has talked about lowering drug prices, pharmaceutical prices, and he's repeatedly claimed that he could cut those prices by more than 100%. Dr. Oz, take a listen.
You know, we've cut drug prices by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%. I don't mean 50%. I mean 14, 1,500%, because we're going favored nations. We have something coming up, favored nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 14, 1,500%. Drug prices are coming down 400%, 200%, 600%, numbers that nobody's ever seen before.
Dr. Oz, cutting drug prices by 400%, anything over 100%, wouldn't that effectively make them free? Is that a realistic goal from the president?
Cutting them by 400% would be paying you to take the drugs.
The president does the calculation by saying, okay, if a drug was $100 and you reduce it to $50, it's 100% cheaper because you're taking $50 off and leaving it with only $50. So the amount you took off the price is equal to the amount that's left. They're equal, so it's 100%. But getting to the more
$1,500.
That is not how math works.
But then you take my 75% chance of winning and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning.
Yeah, Alex. Slapping fannies and killing grannies.
%. And one of those, he said 1,500%.
Well, if you take a drug that is $200 or $240 like we did last week and you reduce it to $10, those are the numbers you're talking about. That stated, the bigger question we should be asking ourselves is why didn't we do this earlier? Krista, you and I have known each other for a long time. This has not been a secret that we pay 3 times more for the exact same pill made in the same factory, even if it's made in America, than that same product sells for overseas. And when the president learned about this a while back, he got upset and he started making a big deal about it, both in the first term and this time around. He said, I'm not going to be stopped. I'm going to make sure everyone understands that it is not America's responsibility to carry the entire burden for innovating solutions to America's health crises. The entire world benefits from those crises. And so, as you know, we have achieved great success by dropping the drugs that are sold by a leading U.S. company, Pfizer, a leading European company, AstraZeneca. Last week, we reduced prices for fertility drugs by literally $242 to $10.
Dr. Oz, none of that's binding, though. Does that need to be codified by Congress? Does that need to be put into law by Congress? Those lower prices by Pfizer?
Kristen, we have contracts, signed contracts from the manufacturers, as Secretary of Commerce Lutnick and Secretary of Health and Human Services Kennedy. These are signed documents. They hold water. And we have many other deals in the pipeline, same construct. We are pledging not to tariff these endeavors if these companies bring onshore their drug manufacturing, so bring their work to America so American workers get jobs and revenue from those facilities flow to the American tax base. We're going to make sure that all Medicaid patients get most favored nation drug pricing so governors don't have as much of a burden to pay for. We're going to make sure that all new products released in this country are at that most favored nation pricing, and we're getting better pricing even for Medicare drugs. So across the board, we're delivering on something that no one thought was even possible because the president knows how to negotiate. The first step in negotiating is to ask.
Dr. Oz, thank you so much. I have many more questions, but we're going to have you back, and I'll ask you all of them. Thank you so much for joining me. Really appreciate it.
Yes, Steiner's maths. The numbers spell disaster and sacrifice. Senator Ed Berkeley of Oregon held the Senate floor for 22 hours. Over 22 hours for a protest filibuster against the Trump administration.
I've come to the Senate floor tonight to ring the alarm bells. We're in the most perilous moment, the biggest threat to our republic since the Civil War. President Trump is shredding our Constitution.
Oregon Senator Jeff Merkley just stepped off the Senate floor after speaking for more than 22 hours.
He voiced his opposition to President Trump and what he calls authoritarian actions in Portland. Fox 12's Julia Lopez joins us now live. Julia, you were monitoring this speech. What can you tell us?
Well, here's a look at one of the longest Senate speeches in history. Merkley began at 6 p.m. Eastern time yesterday. The Democratic senator spent nearly a full day holding the floor amid a historic government shutdown.
I'm proud to be colleagues with all of you in this effort. Thank you very much, and I yield the floor.
Merkley's team told us the senator planned to speak for as long as he was able, they say, to draw attention to the authoritarianist nature of Trump's policies. Again, he stood for 22 and a half hours straight, only taking brief breaks to allow for questions and comments from other senators like Maria Cantwell and Patty Murray from Washington. To demonstrate what he calls a shift from democracy, Merkley pointed to the Trump administration's response to the scene at Portland's ICE facility.
President Trump wants us to believe that Portland, Oregon, in my home state, is full of chaos and riots because if he can say to the American people that there are riots, he can say there's a rebellion. And if there's a rebellion, he can use that to strengthen his authoritarian grip on our nation.
After he stepped off the floor, we asked Senator Merkley what he'd say directly to the people of Oregon.
Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm so proud of the people of Portland who have resisted the temptation to engage when they have been shoved or pepper sprayed, and they've instead chosen to protest with joy and whimsy.
Merkley's speech was just 2.5 hours away from the longest in Senate history. That was a 25-hour filibuster by Senator Cory Booker in April of this year. Again, this is happening during the second longest government shutdown in history, and Merkley's speech held up the 12th vote on the House-passed resolution that could reopen the federal government. That vote happening now. Reporting live in studio, Julia Lopez, Fox 12 Oregon.
Don't worry, guys. We got authoritarianism here, as Merkley pointed out. Don't worry, though. Lloyd has wrote a song that's going to save us all.
We interviewed Joan Baez for the Best People podcast. We asked her what was different about the movements in the 60s, and she said, well, lots of things, but one of them, we had each other, and we had the music. On Saturday, 7 million Americans found each other at the No Kings protest, and today, thanks to Jeff Daniels, we've got the music.
This is a song I wrote called Crazy World, which is how I cope.
Okay, let's hear it.
I've seen a young girl smiling. It's something he just said.
This is gonna suck.
I watched him fall into her pretty green eyes. His cheeks turn Valentine red. I've seen an old man walking with his wife by his side. I watched him reach down, take her hand. Damned if I didn't cry. This crazy world's gone crazy. Who am I to judge? It's nice to know in a world full of hate, there's someone out there still making love. I've seen a dog's tail wagging. I've seen a grandchild run.
Yeah, me too, buddy. You ain't special.
Long to a day breaking dawn and 100,000 setting suns. I've seen a door held open. I've seen strangers shaking hands. I've seen a kiss from that old flame she missed last a little longer than planned. This crazy world's gone crazy. Who am I to judge?
He's kind of like an observation comic.
World full of hate. There's someone out there still making love.
What's the deal with doors opening?
I've seen a prayer get answered.
I haven't.
I've seen a bride in June. I'm proud to say I've seen the Milky Way winking at the man in the moon.
Moon is made of cheese.
I've seen a dozen roses. I've seen a heart on a sleeve. I've seen enough to know what I know what I still believe. This crazy world's gone crazy. Who am I to judge? It's nice to know in a world full of hate, there's someone out there. There's someone out there. There's someone out there.
We needed that. We all needed that.
No, we didn't.
Reaction from the crew. That's awesome. I love it. Thank you. Will you come back?
Sure.
Will you sing to us? The great Jeff Daniels.
Hope you guys enjoyed that. Did you need that in your life right now? Oh, Trump is out here saying that we the people owe him money. We owe him about $230 million, which ironically is about what it's going to cost to build this ballroom.
President Donald Trump says the federal government owes him a lot of money for prior Justice Department investigations into his actions. He also has insisted that he would have had the ultimate say on any payout because any decision will, quote, have to go across my desk.
All I know is that they would owe me a lot of money, but I'm not looking for money. I'd give it to charity or something. I would give it to charity. With the country, it's interesting because I'm the one that makes it.
Bullshit.
And, that decision would have to go across my desk. And it's awfully strange to make a decision where I'm paying myself. In other words, did you ever have one of those cases where you have to decide how much you're paying yourself in damages?
His comments are
goddamn
questions about a New York Times story that said he filed claims before being reelected, seeking roughly $230 million. One of the claims seeks compensatory and punitive damages over the search of his Mar-a-Lago estate and the resulting case alleging he hoarded classified documents and thwarted government efforts to retrieve them. The Times said the other claim seeks damages related to the long-concluded investigation into potential ties between Russia and Trump's 2016 presidential.
I feel like this motherfucker owes us money. He owes us damages.
And the Justice Department was not immediately clear.
As I said, it's just about the same amount that it's going to cost to build his stupid-ass ballroom, which apparently has been put on hold. This is video of the demolition from earlier today. Apparently he's going to tear down the entire East Wing. Remember, this is happening while people are not getting paid. The existing structure of White House East Wing is all set to be torn down. U.S. President Donald Trump said the existing structure of the White House East Wing must be torn down in order to construct a new $250 million ballroom. Crews began demolishing parts of the structure on Monday, and two administration officials earlier told the BBC that it will be completely torn down by the weekend. It marks a significant expansion of the construction project announced over the summer. Trump previously said that his ballroom addition would not interfere with the current building. So this entire building coming down, apparently the ballroom is going to sit over most of this area. Pictures from the demolition. The East Wing is completely separate from the White House, although it is attached to the main structure. The Trump administration officials told CBS that it was always the case that the East Wing would have to be modernized to enhance security and technology, but that during the planning process it became apparent that the best option would be to demolish the entirety of the East Wing. His comments came after the National Trust for Historic Preservation, a Washington nonprofit organization that protects historic U.S. sites, wrote a letter to the White House officials saying it was deeply concerned by the project. The trust asked that Trump paused the demolition work, arguing that the White House was a national historic landmark and that officials needed to hold a public review process of the plan for the ballroom. Some Democrats have been critical of the renovation, including Hillary Clinton, who ran against Trump in 2016. We've apparently had yet another strike on a boat in the Caribbean that Trump is claiming is a drug trafficker that is probably just a fisherman. This is the 8th strike.
Hello everyone, I'm Major Garrett in Washington. Welcome to The Takeout. We're going to start tonight with drug deaths in America. From April 2024 to April of this year, 76,516 Americans died of drug overdoses. That number comes from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. By comparison, less than 40,000 Americans died in traffic fatalities in 2024. And just by also comparison, in 2023, drug overdose deaths in America exceeded 105,000. And of those, about 70% came from synthetic opioids. Opioids, that's the proper pronunciation.
Opioids.
Fentanyl. And even nastier substances mixed with fentanyl. This is a gigantic problem for our country. But Venezuela is not part of the fentanyl problem. Neither is neighboring Colombia. Numerous government databases say exactly the same thing. Mexico is the source of fentanyl in America, with help from China. Let me read from the State Department's 2025 International Narcotics Control Strategy Report. Quote, Mexico was again the most significant source of illicit fentanyl and fentanyl analogs, and companies in China remain the largest source of precursor chemicals and equipment to manufacture illicit fentanyl. Venezuela produces no fentanyl. It is a transit hub for cocaine. Much of that comes from Colombia, the world's largest cocaine producer. The Venezuelan military reaps illegal profits from that cocaine trade, that's for sure. Importantly, South American cocaine flows to America via the Pacific, not the Caribbean. Until today, the U.S. military had not struck a single vessel in the Pacific. 7 suspected drug vessels were blown up in the Caribbean. Today, 1 in the Pacific. You can see the video playing right there. 2 people were aboard that vessel, and they were killed. 2 of them were killed.
In the Pacific.
34 people so far have been killed in this armed conflict. That's the administration's phraseology. There's also a covert operation of some kind President Trump has approved inside Venezuela. Venezuela, again, not a source of fentanyl. So, is this all about something else? Is it about regime change in Venezuela?
Yes, and probably Epstein files.
About all of these military strikes. And did this widening military campaign lead to the early retirement of the admiral overseeing it? Do these alleged drug boats pose the same threat to America as Al-Qaeda? The defense secretary today said they did. We will discuss the implications of all this with
does Al-Qaeda pose a threat?
The ranking Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. And as well, we'll discuss it with Texas Republican Senator Ted Cruz a bit later in the program. But first, we turn to
Ted Cruz,
who is at the White House. Aaron, I was going to turn that way, but that's where Adam Smith is. I'm going to look straight ahead to Aaron Navarro, because there he is. Aaron, tell us about what we know about what happened today with this 8th military strike against an alleged drug vessel.
Major, you brought up one important point in that this was the first vessel that the administration has hit that was on the Pacific side of South America rather than in the Caribbean. I thought that was notable. A defense official said that the vessel came from the international it was in international waters off the coast of Colombia specifically, and as you mentioned, 2 individuals on this vessel were killed, according to an ex-post from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and that has been the pattern in these strikes. The Secretary will post videos of them accompanied by some details from the Defense Department about them. It's important to note as well, you mentioned that at least 34 people have been killed in these strikes that many Democrats in Congress have challenged the legality of, while the administration has also told Congress that the U.S. is, quote, in a non-international armed conflict with drug cartels and leans on that kind of notice as the argument behind these strikes and the larger effort against these alleged drug shipping happening in these waters.
And Aaron, there's been some developments at the White House today regarding Russia, potential sanctions, comments from the Treasury Secretary and the like. What can you tell us?
Yeah, the Treasury Department just announced direct sanctions on Russia's largest oil companies. They said that this was due to, quote, a lack of serious commitment to a peace process to end the war in Ukraine. This comes the same week that we saw that potential Budapest summit between President Trump and Russian President Putin seem to fall apart. The sanctions will target the Rosneft and Lukoil oil companies as well as their subsidies. And the Treasury Department says it pretty blatantly in the release that the goal is to put pressure on Russia's energy sector and the Kremlin's ability to raise revenue for its military in their war with Ukraine. We know that the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is meeting with President Trump this afternoon in the Oval Office with a pretty big focus on this Ukraine-Russia war and seeing if they can line up the priorities of Europe and NATO with what President Trump is thinking in terms of ending the war and what the terms will look like.
Aaron Navarro.
Well, since he wanted to bring up Russia, I had it saved for later. We're going to talk about Russia hitting Ukraine with a deadly strike that killed a couple of kids.
Now, Russia's carried out drone and missile strikes on Ukrainian cities overnight as Ukraine targeted a Russian chemical plant. At least 6 people were killed in Ukraine, including a 6-month-old baby and a 12-year-old girl in Kyiv. A number of residential buildings were damaged in the capital, and there were power outages in parts of the city. Ukraine's energy ministry said Russia's been attacking the country's energy infrastructure all night. The Ukrainian military, meanwhile, says it struck a chemical plant in the Bryansk region of southern Russia.
Toads, welcome in.
British air-launched Storm Shadow missiles. It described the site as vital to Moscow's war effort. Russia hasn't commented. Well, the Kremlin's been warning the West not to give Ukraine weapons capable of long-range attacks. But Kyiv says it's imperative to target Russian facilities, which play a key role in Moscow's war against Ukraine. All of this comes as the White House has rowed back on plans for a summit between Presidents Trump and Putin.
The Putin meeting has been canceled.
The U.S. president.
Let's go to, since we're doing international news now, the Louvre. The Louvre has reopened following the heist that took place over the weekend. I believe we have a convicted jewel thief gonna tell us about it.
French law enforcement are still trying to find the people responsible for stealing some priceless royal jewels from the Louvre Museum in Paris, worth over $100 million. So I want to bring in former jewel thief Larry Lawton, who is suspicious this was an inside job. For background, Larry, you spent time in jail for being a convicted jewel thief. Give us your background. What did you do?
You know, I'm known as the biggest jewel robber in the United States. I robbed between 15 and 18 million. I went away for over 12 years, and now I actually help police agencies, and I'm recognized on the floor of the United States Congress for helping people. So I do know a lot about jewelry robberies.
I bet you do. So we're over 48 hours from this heist. What do you think the thieves are doing right now? Are they
could have been too good? You got caught.
Waiting for an insurance reward to get it returned? What's going on in the mind of a thief?
Well, there's 3 things that can happen now. Obviously, everybody knows you can break the diamonds up, sell them, whatever number they're off, 4,000. I'm hearing the gold, melt it down. That's one way. Another way is an eccentric kind of a billionaire who wanted a piece, and he told people to do what he's going to do. But the third one is if they take the jewelry, I personally would take this jewelry. If there's 4 guys, I'd give 2 pieces to each guy. I would say put one away, maybe break one up to get money. You do need money. They're not robbing because they're rich. So now what I would do then is have one piece for a bargaining chip in case they get caught. Because what do you think the Louvre wants? They don't care about these people. They want the crown jewels back or whatever they can get back. So that's one thing. I think it's an amateur job or inside job, and here's why. It would have to have, somebody has to know what's going on in the place, unless somebody, here's my theory. See how it plays out. Somebody knows somebody in the Louvre, whether it's a wife, a girlfriend, she might be a tour guide, and bedroom talk, she says, hey, listen, wow, you should see, but they got nothing here. How did these robbers know that there was an electronic device that could stop or shock you when you pull a jewelry off of a felt or something of like that nature? Plus, there was so many mistakes made. So the inside job is getting deeper and deeper in me, because how did they know what window? How did they know the windows weren't special glass you couldn't cut with a regular tool that you could buy in a hardware store? So with that,
why would they assume they were?
What they made the mistakes of. And here's why I think they will get caught.
Okay.
Because if they made all of these mistakes already, I don't think they had the robbery planned out like I would have. You have to have the fence set up before you even do the robbery. You have to know you can get rid of something before. Listen, GTA has a game just like this, Ruly Robbery, and they do it better. And I live stream GTA, so I understand it. And this is like a GTA game.
He's a streamer. That's great.
GTA. So I don't know. This is more amateur than it is professional, for sure.
The Jewel Thief streams GTA.
What to do, but how do you find your buyers, and are they aware that these are precious stolen goods?
Well, if it was me, obviously my buyers would have known that. That's a fence. That's a middleman who takes stolen jewelry and gets rid of it or whatever, however way. They'll buy it from me at 25 cents on the dollar, and then now you can't get a piece of jewelry cheaper than that. The jewelry business is a little bit of a slimy business. Sorry to say, I might get pushback on that.
Oh, it is.
If you don't have a jeweler, if you didn't have a fence, here's what could be done. They could take one piece. They could piece it out. One of those little diamonds could go for 20, 30,000. You don't know. And you want to go into a place, hey, listen, my grandmother passed away. She had a ring. Even put it in a ring. It would be easy to do. There's a lot of money here. Now, obviously, the more value is in the, being a priceless heirloom for the country of France. And listen, France, I'm sure the Louvre is self-insured, meaning it's a government entity. It's not going to have insurance. So what do they want? They want the jewels back. If there's they'll put out a ransom, whether it's quietly or publicly. A ransom will come out. And then when that happens, if you kept jewelry, and I would keep one piece at each guy, let's say, so they have a bargaining chip. Listen, if you got caught, how do you get out of jail?
That would be funny, Flash.
Fascinating, and it sounds like, according to your experience, it's a matter of time. And we'll stay tuned. Larry Lawton, appreciate your expertise and from your background. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks.
I'd like to just go ahead and skip to the crime portion, but we can't. We gotta go back to the shitty hellscape of politics here in the United States. Remember Mahmoud Khalil, permanent U.S. resident, married to a U.S. citizen, has committed no crime whatsoever. They imprisoned him for 3 months for his speech. They're looking to re-detain him and deport him, despite the fact that he has done literally nothing wrong.
Move on right now, though, because arguments wrapped up earlier today in the hearing in the Third Circuit Court of Appeals in Philadelphia in the case of Mahmoud Khalil. You may remember Khalil is a pro-Palestinian protester who ICE detained for months. He was taken into custody back in March and accused of hate speech allegations that he has denied. I want to bring in CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman, who's following this for us from New York City. Katrina, thank you for your time today. Can you bring us up to speed on what happened today and what the government is seeking in this case?
Mugo, what the government wants in this case is to be able to redetain Mahmoud Khalil, who has been released after he spent months in detention, and to be able to proceed with his removal, with his deportation from this country. And what they were arguing today is, on a fundamental level, they don't even believe that this should be proceeding in a federal court right now, Mugo. They say that this should all be happening in an immigration court down in Louisiana, where Mahmoud Khalil was ultimately detained. But it was a very tricky situation. He was arrested in New York. He was moved through New Jersey on his way to Louisiana. So a threshold question here at the very beginning of these arguments was it not appropriate for this habeas claim regarding Khalil's detention to even be filed in New York in the first place? Ultimately, these proceedings happen in New Jersey, where he was in between. Something that the judges all really seem to push back on, though, Mugo, is that the government has been arresting people and moving them around the country. And what they're arguing is that there's supposed to just be one custodian here where you make these habeas claims. It's supposed to be where they end up being detained. However, in this case, on the government's website, it said Khalil was in New York. That's where his lawyers ended up filing this petition. And while the government's lawyer, Drew Ensign, argued that ultimately it should have moved down to Louisiana, what the judges said is, how are lawyers supposed to anticipate this? Are they supposed to wait for days until Monday when these websites are updated, when the government is sometimes taking 24, 48 hours to spirit people out of the country? So they seem to have a real issue there. But there was sharp questioning on both sides. For the government, they really seem to say that their strongest point is that essentially there's these two proceedings, one regarding Khalil's detention that's currently going on in New Jersey, the other about his removal that's going on in Louisiana. And Mugo, what they say is that could potentially give someone, quote, two bites at the apple. They have two cases proceeding in different places, in different circuits. Ultimately, that might have to be resolved by the Supreme Court. But when it comes to Khalil's side, they say that they raise some real points about how there are fundamental constitutional questions here about First Amendment rights, for example, about the determination that was made that led to Khalil's arrest in the first place that can't necessarily be resolved in an immigration court by an immigration judge.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, thank you so much for your insight today. Appreciate it.
The legal maneuverings of the Trump administration have been appalling and sloppy. Sloppy bitches is what they are. This is Trump's U.S. attorney for the D.C. Circuit. She was Trump's personal attorney, appointed to the position because the previous U.S. attorney resigned in protest, not wanting to bring charges against Jim Comey and Letitia James, saying that the charges were meritless. Lindsay Halligan had an exchange with a reporter. Halfway through the conversation, told the reporter that it was off the record. The reporter's like, no, that's not how this works. So the reporter has now released their text exchange.
As James Comey's attorneys are arguing that Lindsay Halligan was improperly appointed to her role, Trump's handpicked U.S. attorney in Virginia is attracting scrutiny for another reason. Lindsay Halligan reportedly spent some 33 hours on and off during a recent weekend texting with a reporter. Not in regards to Comey's case, but that of another one of the president's targets, New York Attorney General Letitia James. It was reporting on that case that kickstarted this back and forth that you're about to see. Let me explain. Anna Bauer is a senior editor for the nonprofit publication Lawfare. She recently posted about a New York Times story concerning the case that was being made against the New York Attorney General, and Halligan is the person, of course, who presented that case to the grand jury. Less than an hour after Bauer posted about it, Halligan messaged her directly on the encrypted app Signal that reporters often use. And according to Bauer, Lindsay Halligan wrote, quote, Anna, Lindsay Halligan here. you're reporting things that are simply not true. Thought you should have a heads up. What followed that initial text was more than a day of text insisting that the reporting from the New York Times was inaccurate. Now, Bauer hadn't reported that, but because she had repeated it online, Halligan was going back and forth with her on the merits of that reporting. Then, after a few hours, Halligan wrote, "By the way, everything I ever sent you is off record. You're not a journalist, so it's weird saying that, but just letting you know." Bauer responded, quote, "I'm sorry, but that's not how this works. You don't get to say that in retrospect." She then tonight posted the entire text chain to Lawfare, and Anna Bauer is my source here tonight. And thank you so much, Anna, for being here, because I'll tell you, I know a lot of Trump people who were sending this story around when they first saw it. I just wonder, what was your reaction when Lindsay Halligan first reached out to you?
The sheer incompetence.
Yeah, I was really surprised, and you know, honestly, I was very curious to hear what she had to say. You know, for some background, Caitlin, I did not have a pre-existing relationship with Lindsay Halligan in terms of, you know, speaking to her as a reporter. We had met one time many years previous while I was reporting on Trump's criminal investigations and criminal cases. She was on that criminal defense team. But other than that, you know, she was very much a stranger to me, essentially. So when I learned that she actually was texting me, or I suspected that it really was Lindsay Halligan, you know, I was interested to hear what she had to say. You know, I report on the cases that she is prosecuting. And so I was curious, but it seemed like mostly what she wanted to talk to me about was a tweet that I wrote that summarized the New York Times reporting concerning certain grand jury testimony in the Letitia James case. And I think that's what really struck me as so surprising, is that, you know, it's very much not often that you see a sitting United States attorney who unsolicited reaches out to a reporter to talk about something that relates to an ongoing prosecution, that relates to grand jury testimony potentially, because those are the kinds of things that there's policies, there's laws that prohibit disclosure about that kind of information. So while I don't think it's very unusual to have a prosecutor reach out about that subject matter, I did find it really strange, and especially considering we didn't have a pre-existing reporter-source relationship.
Yeah, because obviously reporters are trying to, you know, reach out to people all the time, talk to them, get context, obviously to make sure reporting is accurate and fair. But because you were contacted out of the blue, I mean, I imagine you were a little bit suspicious of whether it was even actually her at the beginning.
Yeah, and there were a few things that we did to confirm that it was actually her. So one thing is, as I mentioned, we had previously time several years before she was able to answer questions that suggested to me it likely was Lindsay Halligan, because she was able to say where we first met and who she was with. And then we later were able to obtain her phone number, which then connected to the existing conversation that we had. And then finally, right before we went to publication, we reached out for comment through the Public Affairs Office at the Department of Justice. They confirmed that that these were text messages with Lindsay Halligan, and right before we were about to publish, she also additionally reached out to me again, and as you mentioned, claimed that our conversation was off the record. You know, Caitlin, I would encourage people
Which is hilarious.
Messages that we published, and they can decide for themselves. But Lindsay Halligan never once suggested that we were off the record. She had reached out to me. You know as well as I do, Caitlin, in dealing with speaking to sources, that the way that it works is there's an agreement, there's a conversation that is had about it. And I never agreed to speak off the record. She never suggested it. I would have been happy to speak with her off the record had she suggested it, but she did not do that here. So I was very surprised when she, suddenly suggested that things were off the record when they in fact were not.
Yeah, generally that's something you agreed to before the proposed conversation takes place with someone who wants it to keep it off the record. And you mentioned that you reached out to the Justice Department. They accused you of trying to tattletale on Lindsay Halligan.
Tattletale.
I want to read their statement in full because they said, quote, "You clearly didn't get the response you wanted, which was information handed over to you without having to dig into the facts of the case to craft a truthful story. So you thought you'd tattletale to main justice. Lindsay
insane.
Point you to facts, not gossip. But when clarifying that she would adhere to the rules of the law and not disclose grand jury information, you threatened to leak an entire conversation. Good luck ever getting anyone to talk to you when you publish their text." I read it. I don't think you're threatening to leak it. I just think, to your point, it wasn't an off-the-record conversation.
No, it wasn't. And look, I reached out. I didn't threaten anything. I reached out for comment because I'm a journalist who is publishing a story, and I want to underscore here that why we thought that this was a newsworthy story and why there was great public interest in this is, I'm a legal reporter. I cover the Justice Department. So does everyone in our organization. We're familiar with how things work in terms of reporter and U.S. attorney relationships and reporter and prosecutor relationships. When this exchange happened, it felt so out of the ordinary and so unusual that, it felt like something that really should be published. Because here you have someone who is already so highly scrutinized under such pressure with these very high-profile prosecutions, and already knows that anything that she does is going to be picked apart by defense counsel, even the most minor misstep. And yet here she is on the record messaging with a reporter about an ongoing prosecution, which just does not really happen that much in terms of communications between reporters and prosecutors.
Because she's an idiot.
I found it to be really remarkable. And over the past few days, we spoke to reporters who cover legal affairs. We spoke to former prosecutors. They have never quite seen an exchange like this, Caitlin. And so I think that, it felt like something that we needed to publish, and we did. And there was nothing in terms of leaking anything. It was Lindsay Halligan who approached me. I think that would be my response to that.
Anna Bauer, thank you for...
Not the only wild text exchange coming from the administration, but Lindsay Halligan, inexperienced lawyer. Meanwhile, the professional communications person, Caroline Leavitt, the White House spokesperson, shared her text exchange with a reporter. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt attempted to justify her recent decision to respond to a reporter's question with, "Your mom," by posting a screenshot of the text exchange that led to the moment and accusing the reporter of being a left-wing hack. The screenshot shared on X on Monday shows HuffPost White House correspondent SV Date asking Leavitt why President Donald Trump is choosing to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Hungary. Is the president aware of the significance of Budapest? In 1994, Russia promised in Budapest not to invade Ukraine if it gave up the nuclear weapons it inherited when the Soviet Union dissolved. Does he not see why Ukraine might object to that site? Who suggested Budapest? Thanks. The Date texted Leavitt on October 16th. Leavitt promptly responded with, "Your mom did." I can't be more unprofessional than this, Flash. It's impossible. When Date texted Leavitt back to ask if she thought that question was funny, the White House press secretary gave a lengthy, insulting response. "It's funny to me that you actually consider yourself a journal. You are a far left hack who nobody takes seriously, including your colleagues in the media. They just don't tell you that to your face. Stop texting me your disingenuous, biased, and bullshit questions." Date ultimately wrote a story about Levin's response that received national attention. White House Press Secretary said on Monday she was sharing the screenshot to show her full response to Date's inquiry and provide context about him. She claimed Date is not a journalist interested in facts and that he constantly bombards her phone with Democrat talking points. Date has been a reporter for 3 decades, previously working at the Associated Press, NPR, and the Palm Beach Post. He apparently wrote a book titled The Useful Idiot about Trump's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Feel better now? Date responded to Levin on Monday. Now can you answer the question, please, and thank you. The Trump administration has utilized social media and meme culture to its full capacity to promote and defend the president's agenda. If that's what we really want to call it. Earlier in the evening, we watched the New York City mayoral debate between Zohran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and Sliwa. Hold on a second. You gotta lay down, dude. Gotta get him in the right position. Earlier tonight, we watched the New York City mayoral debate. They mentioned the ICE raid in on Canal Street, where federal agents apparently were attacking street vendors.
The latest now on that chaotic scene that played out on
Kaya, welcome
in Manhattan when ICE agents suddenly moved in for a raid targeting street vendors. Now, the scene quickly turned violent. Lots of pushing and shoving that eventually led to protest. Eyewitness News reporter Joe Torres live in Chinatown where it all went down. Joe?
Sandra, the hub of illegal commerce that normally fills the sidewalks here on Canal Street, currently on hiatus after that confrontational crackdown by federal agents yesterday here in Chinatown. In fact, just a few minutes ago, the acting ICE director, during an interview on television, said agents made 9 arrests of what he calls criminal aliens with long rap sheets. On Canal Street this Wednesday morning, an unusual sense of peace and tranquility. Empty sidewalks, free of the illegal street vendors hawking fake designer label purses and luxury watches. And if that was the mission of federal agents in the afternoon,
why do you want to take away the street vendors
who often hail from West Africa? Mission accomplished. These siblings are from Texas, and it's not their first visit to Chinatown.
I was like, whoa. Yeah. You usually see them all packed full everywhere on the streets, but today it was like pretty quiet.
There's not really much people out here no more, as in like the sellers and everything. Yeah.
Pretty quiet.
It's a bad thing.
It was a chaotic scene in Chinatown yesterday when a swarm of masked immigration officers, ATF and Homeland Security agents and other federal law enforcement all pushed, pulled, and detained the vendors who are a fixture on the sidewalks of Canal Street. The show of force quickly generated a rather vocal response from ICE protesters who immediately started recording video and taking pictures of agents at work. Pushing and shoving soon followed. In a statement, a Homeland Security spokesperson said the agents conducted a targeted, intelligence-driven enforcement operation on Canal Street in New York City, focused on criminal activity relating to selling counterfeit goods. Jason Jackson, an elevator repairman who works in the area, said he wouldn't be surprised if social media videos taken by ICE supporters led federal agents to target this part of Manhattan.
I definitely think that's how it went.
Why so?
because this has been going on for a long time now, and like just out of nowhere, you know, they want to crack down on it.
It's definitely intelligence driven. It's not random. We're just not pulling people off the street. There was a specific reason based on criminal intelligence and criminal activity that we showed up on Canal Street.
And that there, Todd Lyons, the acting ICE director, who went on to say that New Yorkers should anticipate an increase in ICE arrests in the weeks and months that lie ahead. Because why? He said so many criminal illegal migrants are in the 5 boroughs. Mayor Eric Adams, in an effort to distance himself and the city from what happened yesterday, in a statement said in part, New Yorkers should know that we have no involvement. And ICE protest.
Why didn't you send the cops to stop them?
6 o'clock, Foley Square. We'll be there, live in Chinatown. I'm Joe Torres, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
Move over to Illinois, where one person was arrested after apparently trying to hit the feds with their vehicle on the southwest side, which, once again, this is what the cops are saying, or what the feds are saying. As we've seen time and time again, that might not be the case.
All of this has unfolded very quickly today throughout the Little Village neighborhood, where we have heard reports of several people being detained. That includes 2 staff members who work for 22nd Ward Alderman Mike Rodriguez. He says they were detained by federal agents. Now, we also just heard from Cicero Police, who told us that they responded to a crash today where local residents tried ramming into federal vehicles, and that is what led to at least one of the accidents that we saw here.
Yeah, the feds have used that one before.
Chopper 7 was over the scene near 26th and Ogden, where there was a crash between 2 vehicles and federal agents were confronted by protesters. Cicero Police now confirms a driver of a blue pickup truck was allegedly attempting to hit a DHS vehicle at that intersection. Police say the driver of the blue truck tried speeding off from the area when it hit a Toyota sedan that was crossing through the intersection. Federal agents could be seen helping the woman who was driving that sedan, and they took the driver of the blue pickup truck into custody. 25th Ward Alderman Byron Sigjo Lopez was nearby as ICE operations unfolded in Little Village today.
26 and Christiana, they crashed, living in the middle of the street, chased somebody out of the vehicle. They keep doing that. They detain someone right here in outside of businesses. I think there are at least 2 people.
Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bavino has also been in the area today, leading operations on the ground. Alderman Sigjo Lopez says he tried confronting Bavino about enforcement in Chicago.
And I asked him directly, he's like, you continue to defy the George orders. Had nothing to say.
Local elected officials and community organizers held a press conference late this afternoon speaking out against ICE operations. 22nd Ward Alderman Mike Rodriguez says 2 of his staff members were among the people detained today despite being U.S. citizens.
It's with this unity that I come here and demand that my staff be returned to me, that my staff and my neighbors be returned to my community. This isn't justice. This isn't public safety. This is fear-mongering.
Federal agents.
That was the former lead singer of Strapping Young Lad.
While also driving down the wrong direction on some one-way streets. Some other incidents were caught on camera near 26th and Spalding. Federal agents were patrolling the area and detained at least 1 person. More of the same near 29th and Cicero, where another person was detained by federal agents, and those operations continued near 31st and Pulaski, where ICE detained at least 1 other person.
They don't care. These people are unhinged, and they're violating our Constitution on a daily basis. We got to get them out of here.
Now, Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bavino actually just appeared on Fox News late this afternoon defending operations.
Of course he did.
Chicago. He says that he has been here watching his agents carry out these operations and says, quote, they are carrying them out with extreme professionalism. He also went on to call out Mayor Brandon Johnson, saying he's out of touch with Chicago residents. He goes on to say that most people he's talked to here in Chicago actually prefer that federal agents remain here. We did talk to DHS for more operations that's going on here today. We're still waiting to hear back.
A state representative in Illinois said he was detained by ICE. Went on CNN to tell his story.
In just a few hours, a hearing over the National Guard's deployment to Chicago is set to resume. This morning, the judge overseeing the case and who temporarily blocked the deployment earlier this month gave the parties time to figure out the next steps. It's happening as the restraining order keeping troops out of the city expires tomorrow and as the Supreme Court reviews the case. Several protests, some of which have turned contentious, have erupted outside of an ICE facility just outside of Chicago. We're joined now by Illinois State Representative Han Wynn, who says that he was held had a gun pointed at him yesterday by ICE. We do want to show you a part of this moment from the vantage point of Representative Wynn's friend, who was a passenger in the car at the time and started videotaping afterward. You don't see a gun, but you do hear some of what unfolded.
I'm State Representative Han Wynn. I'm State Representative Han Wynn.
These guys are telling us to stop following.
I'm State Representative Han Wynn.
They're U.S. Customs and Border Patrol.
I'm State Representative Han Wynn.
There's 3 agents behind us. Why is my window not working?
I'm State Representative Han Wynn.
Somehow they're able to open my windows. These people are, there's 3 officers in front of us, 3 officers behind us.
I'm State Representative Han Wynn.
He has,
I'm State Representative Han Wynn.
There's 3 officers behind us.
I'm State Representative Han Wynn.
Okay, I'm gonna keep following this guy. This other car behind us.
Yeah, they just put a gun.
Yeah, they just had a gun. We're at Montrose and
pointed a gun at a state representative.
Following them. I guess that was
State Representative Han Wynn, if you didn't catch it.
Now, CNN received a statement from the Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin, which reads, Representative Wynn was stopped not once, but twice for stalking law enforcement and attempting to interfere with operations. He was given a warning.
Stalking law enforcement.
He stopped and he ignored that warning, forcing agents to get out of their car a second time to assess if he was a threat. This behavior is unbecoming of a public servant and is just another example of sanctuary politicians putting our officers at risk. And State Representative Wynn joins us now here in the studio. I'm going to ask you to respond to that in a second. But first, because this video doesn't show this entire interaction, can you take us through what happened?
And thank you so much, Brianna, for having me here today. We were out yesterday making sure that we talked to our local small businesses about their rights as civilians, right? And we wanted to let them know that they have the right to remain silent, they have the right to an attorney when they're interacting with ICE agents. And that's what we've been doing as part of the Rapid Response Network with the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights. So we received a report yesterday that a landscaper was captured by ICE agents in my district, in my neighborhood of Uptown. And so we went to the location to, again, provide assistance and to make sure that folks know their rights. And so at one point we were sandwiched in between 2 ICE cars, one in front of us and one behind us, where an ICE agent went to the passenger side of the car, which I was in, and he pointed a gun directly at my face without any warning whatsoever, and then told us to identify ourselves, of which I then said, I'm an elected official, I'm State Representative Han Wynn. We were within the rights to do what we have to do to inform our neighbors of their rights. And at that point in time, they wanted to bash in the windows of the car as well.
How did you know they wanted to bash in the windows of the car?
They said literally at that moment that they were like, we're going to bash these windows in.
This is before the recording starts?
This is before the recording starts. That's absolutely right. And so they had a gun pointed to my face on the passenger side before the recording starts. So when my colleague started recording, they then realized that there was a camera to them. And again, these were ICE agents who were wearing masks. You know, their badges aren't very clear. And so they then withdrew the gun away from the car, and then they went away. And so when we, again, went to make sure that we inform our neighbors of their rights, and again, we were passing construction workers, landscapers, they then again stopped us and told us that we could not do that and that they were gonna, again, detain us, and of which they did not.
Had you...
That was State Representative Han Wynn, Illinois, detained by ICE. Now, why might we want representatives out there representing their constituency monitoring the activities of ICE? Well, in Portland, a blind man was dragged by federal agents into a Portland ICE facility.
Arrest caught on camera as federal agents drag away a blind protester at Portland's ICE facility. At 5 o'clock, I'm Jeff Gianola.
I'm Elizabeth Din. Protesters caught the controversial arrest on video Saturday. Now to our Ariel Salk. She spoke with some of them. And Ariel, what did they say?
Yeah, so, they tell me that this man is just full of joy. He's often out here dancing. So that's why what they saw this Saturday was so shocking.
It was heartbreaking to see him being dragged the way he was.
Take a look at these videos, each taken from different sides of the ICE building. You can see Quinn Abel, a blind man wearing a neon vest, sitting on the side of the driveway to the facility. Next to him is a thick blue line on the ground federal agents made to indicate when protesters are crossing onto federal property, allowing them to arrest people for trespassing.
They're not past the blue line. That's the line that they don't supposed to cross. And he was on the sidewalk.
That's when you see several federal agents circling around him, grabbing him by his limbs, carrying him into the ICE building before losing their grip, causing him to hit his head on the pavement. The video then shows officers dragging him past the gate, with more agents getting involved, cuffing him as the man wiggled on the ground, one agent picking up his white cane.
The visceral reaction was to just not continue videotaping and get the angle, but I just couldn't keep it out. I had to keep him in frame. And it just hurt my heart.
It was shocking. And you can see in the video where I'm very vocal, and then you can see my breath. My breath was taken away. Because what threat does that man represent to the agents of the
not an accident
property?
I reached out to the Department of Homeland Security. They sent a statement that reads in part, this rioter was arrested. Blatantly disobeyed law enforcement orders to remain off federal property, obstructed law enforcement, and continued to block the driveway so vehicles could not enter or exit the ICE facility. I spoke with Abel today over the phone. He tells me he's too emotional to speak today, too afraid even to leave his home. But he does want his story told. He says he's being charged with failure to comply. His friends set up a GoFundMe to help him with bills and legal support.
He was basically the most joyous guy in the crowd. Honestly, whenever I saw him in the crowd, every day it brought a smile to my face. He is the life of this party that we're having on the street, and they took him away.
Now, I also reached out to the FBI. They have been releasing daily stats of arrests and fines, but now they're pivoting to a different system, releasing that information once a week. Reporting live in South Portland, Ariel Salk, Point 6 News.
Carla, welcome in. Now, I've had people in the comments section of my YouTube channel telling me what's going on in Portland. You're ignoring what's going on in Portland. You are ignoring the rioters in Portland. Tricia McLaughlin referred to that man as a rioter. But the reality of what is going on in Portland is far more shocking. This is what's going on in Portland. And why are they out there protesting? Because ICE is out here doing shit like this. They targeted a family, and the family says they've got the wrong guy.
Meantime, local families say federal immigration agents have detained their loved ones in operations where agents were supposedly targeting someone else.
Now, Fox 12 investigative reporter Adrian Thomas joins us now in studio with what these families are saying and how ICE is responding.
Well, Nora, Pete, 2 instances last week, one in Gresham that you see here and one in Hillsborough, saw multiple men from Mexico being detained, but their families tell us agents were actually targeting someone else. One of those arrests caught on camera by a family member, and the other arrest, a man family members say is in the U.S. legally. Here is the moment from last Wednesday where a group of federal agents entered the bedroom of a Gresham apartment in what a Department of Homeland Security spokesperson says was a
fucking baby crying in the background
for an undocumented man with a criminal record. Only the young women who shot that video, Mari, says the man they were looking for wasn't there, and she and her family don't know him. She recounted the experience with her cousin Alma, who provided translation during our interview. Mari tells us before the agents came inside, they were shouting outside looking for a man named Israel.
For an hour they were out there screaming. I started noticing they started getting more aggressive, more violent because we weren't coming out. That's when I saw them break the gate outside.
Mari tells us the only people with her inside the apartment were her 3-month-old baby, her younger brother Napoleon, and her mom's husband Arturo. Video shot by
terrorizing some kids,
detaining Napoleon and Arturo. And towards the end of the video, agents can be seen asking Mari the men's names, only to discover the man they were looking for wasn't there.
Hey, so that guy's Napoleon and Arturo, not Israel.
A statement from the Department of Homeland Security contradicts Mari's account, saying that the man they were targeting was in fact in the apartment where Mari and her loved ones were hiding. It reads in part, quote, ICE officers attempted to pull this criminal illegal alien over in a traffic stop. He attempted to evade arrest and rammed into a postal service vehicle before fleeing on foot into an apartment. After refusals to come out, law enforcement entered the apartment. The target escaped and remains at large. 2 other aliens from Mexico were found inside the apartment and taken into ICE custody at the scene. Mari also caught the moment Napoleon and Arturo were loaded into unmarked ICE vehicles and taken away. ICE records show Napoleon is being held in Tacoma, Washington right now, and Arturo being held in Mississippi. Mari tells us both men are hardworking with no criminal records, and while Arturo is undocumented, her brother, like her, came to the U.S. through the asylum process. What was that like for you to see your little brother taken like that?
Pues muy mal.
It felt awful, she says. I've already gone through something very similar, and so to see my brother go through something that I've gone through prior, it was very upsetting. Around the same time last week, longtime Hillsborough resident and local business owner Victor Cruz was detained by ICE agents. We sat down with his daughter, who says Cruz has been in the U.S. for over 25 years and has a visa for legal status to live and work. Atsiri Cruz tells us her family learned agents were targeting a different Victor Cruz with a criminal record, but arrested her dad instead.
And it was just like a gut punch. Immediately, the tears started flowing, the panic, the anxiety. Living in Hillsborough, we just always felt so safe, and knowing that it's a sanctuary city, we never imagined that ICE would target our people or people who are not criminals.
Cruz tells us her father, who owns his own construction company, presented his driver's license and work permits to federal agents last week when he was stopped, but he was still detained and eventually taken to the ICE detention center in Tacoma, Washington, where he now awaits legal proceedings. Cruz tells us her family is baffled why Victor, who has no criminal record and legal status, would be arrested.
He pays taxes. He's always been about doing the right thing and, getting things, working, just a hardworking, honest man, just a dedicated, loving husband and family man.
She tells us Cruz has a court date scheduled for next week in Tacoma, and after visiting him at the facility the other day, she said her dad told them of a disappointing trend.
He says that there are a lot of other men in there with him who shouldn't be in there, men with residency, men with work permits, targeting people who pay taxes, who are doing it the right way and trying to be here legally is counterproductive.
Now, we have reached out to ICE about Victor Cruz's situation, but
because it was never about being here legally. It was about targeting brown people.
Released a statement.
It's white supremacy.
Calling it, quote, an injustice, and criticized the Trump administration's tactics. Now, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter, who represents Portland and Gresham, said her office is working with Mari's brother Napoleon right here and has submitted an inquiry to ICE on his behalf in regards to his asylum case. Dexter also urged Oregonians to pull out their phones and record any ICE agents they see in their neighborhoods to document the activity. Live in studio, Adrian Thomas, Fox 12 Oregon.
Also happening in Oregon, a woman has been arrested by federal agents for assault with a tambourine.
First appearance in federal court after being accused of hitting a federal officer with a tambourine outside of the ICE facility. 56-year-old Lisa Miyamoto was arrested on Sunday. Officials say it happened while federal officers were trying to clear a path for an ICE vehicle to leave the building. Miyamoto is now being charged with felony assault. She could face up to 8 years in prison.
Felony assault. Assault with a tambourine. I'm hoping a grand jury laughs it out, much the way the sandwich thrower. Let's do some crazy shit here, and then we're going to watch Halloween specials in about 20 minutes, I'd say. There was a chain reaction crash today in California on the 10. A semi-truck driver was arrested on suspicion of DUI.
That dash cam video showing the semi-truck plowing into several cars on the 10 freeway yesterday in Ontario killed.
Oh, this was yesterday.
People.
Inland Empire Bureau Chief Rob McMillan joins us live from Rancho Cucamonga, where he spoke with CHP about the
Libertad. Welcome in.
Rob.
And that driver facing multiple felony charges, suspected of DUI after that horrific freeway crash in Ontario. Now let's get to that video showing the moment the driver slammed into several cars stopped ahead of him.
Dashcam video from inside a Freightliner truck showing the moment the driver plowed into several cars stopped ahead of it on the westbound 10 freeway in Ontario. A total of 8 vehicles involved in the crash. 3 people were killed. The truck driver arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs.
For us officers, it's really horrific to see not just a deceased person, but knowing that that person's family is going to receive the worst possible news of their life.
All because someone was allegedly under the influence.
This is one of those incidents that it could have definitely been preventable.
It happened just after 1 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. One of the victims identified as a 54-year-old man from Upland. 2 of the other people who died were burned so badly in the fire, they haven't been identified. The truck driver was a 21-year-old man from Yuba City in Northern California.
He was eventually transported to the hospital and he was checked out by the medical staff, and our officers determined that he was driving under the influence of drugs.
He's a professional truck driver.
Video from inside a Freightliner truck showing the moment the driver plowed.
If you guys will notice in the video afterwards, that white SUV doesn't exist anymore. It was just completely demolished.
Video from inside a Freightliner truck showing the moment the driver plowed into several cars stopped ahead of it on the westbound 10 freeway in Ontario. A total of 8 vehicles involved in the crash. 3 people were killed. The truck driver arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs.
For us officers, it's really horrific to see not just a deceased person.
One more time.
Freightliner truck showing the moment the driver plowed into several cars stopped ahead of it on the westbound 10 freeway in Ontario. A total of 8 vehicles involved in the crash. 3 people were killed. The truck driver arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs.
For us officers,
man, I've seen some really wild shit this week.
Not just a deceased person, but knowing that that person's family is going to receive the worst possible news of their life.
All because someone was allegedly under the influence.
this is one of those incidents that it could have definitely been preventable.
It happened just after 1 o'clock Tuesday afternoon. One of the victims identified as a 54-year-old man from Upland. Two of the other people who died were burned so badly in the fire, they haven't been identified.
I would assume they were in the white SUV.
Man from Yuba City in Northern California.
He was eventually transported to the hospital and he was checked out by the medical staff. And our officers determined that he was driving under the influence of drugs.
He's a professional truck driver.
Truck drivers in general are professional, and we all know better as professional drivers of how to be safe.
The entire freeway was closed down for a while during the afternoon, well into the evening, as the CHP needed to do a hazmat cleanup because fuel from the truck was leaking.
This is sadly a reminder of how precious life is and how fast it could be taken away at the hands of somebody who is driving irresponsibly, somebody who is impaired.
And the CHP says they will be inspecting the truck just to rule out any mechanical issues. One thing they did say about that video is it makes it abundantly clear that no one cut in front of the truck driver, so that can be ruled out. Live in Rancho Cucamonga, Rob McMillan, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, the driver just plowed in front of everybody. Plowed into everybody. God damn. Probably should have hit the content warning before that one. Also need the content warning before this one. I'm going to try not to laugh because this is not a funny story, but for some reason the headline tickled me. Seriously, I don't know why. Cancel Justin. A small plane crashed and hit a deaf woman while she was walking her dog.
We are learning more this morning about a plane that crashed on a soccer field in Long Beach, hitting a woman who was walking her dog.
Eyewitness News reporter Carly Gomez is live in Long Beach and spoke with the woman's family this morning. Carly.
Yeah, Philip, Colleen, this is the site here at Hartwell Park where that plane crash landed yesterday. Now, just 10 minutes ago, this soccer field still had a lot of debris, and that plane that was just towed a few minutes ago. But you can see there's people still there raking up what's left and bagging it up for the trash. Now, we are now learning more about the pilot, and we're now hearing from the family of the woman who was severely injured.
We're very upset, and it's like almost like
she ain't anybody's mommy anymore.
When we got the phone call that she got hit by an airplane, we were like, we couldn't even believe it because it's something that doesn't happen,
We were approached by a member of the McFall family who didn't want to go on camera, but did do a phone interview. Brittany McFall says her sister Tiffany is deaf.
Never heard it coming.
Plane when it crashed.
She had 2 blood transfusions because she has a huge gash in her leg that's very deep, and they have to do surgery to clean it out. And then her pelvis is broken. They have to do surgery for that. And her spine's broken in multiple spots as well.
This was the scene over Hartwell Park Tuesday around 4 p.m. before a distress call came in from the pilot of this home-built 2-seater plane. Neighbors say they were shocked.
What could have been a horrible tragedy, but it's shocking. I wasn't sure what I was actually even looking at.
The guy did an absolutely amazing crash landing. You have to give him props for that. Had this field been 10 minutes later.
It's an amazing crash landing, but he hit a deaf woman walking her dog. Oh my God.
It would have been filled with children, parents. There wouldn't have been anywhere for him to land.
Dennis Lord, the hangar manager at the Compton Airport, says the pilot was taking his plane out to French Valley with a stop in Long Beach when his engine went out.
You're trained to look around, find your best alternatives, and execute.
Lord says the experimental aircraft by no means was illegal or unsanctioned.
They are certified by the FAA. There's hundreds of them flying over the Southern California area all the time. And we have a hangar at Compton Airport where we build them. We offer space, and members come in, they build, they maintain their aircraft to FAA standards, and they work perfectly well.
Lord says the pilot in his 60s is doing okay and recovering.
The pilot is a member of our chapter at Compton Airport. He's been teaching safety classes for years. Up until recently, he's not an inexperienced pilot.
Meanwhile, the
up until the day.
Tiffany, the victim, will need to undergo months of healing after surgery.
Poor woman.
This is a very traumatic thing for her, and she's probably going to have PTSD because a normal person wouldn't just walk in a park and have this freak accident, you know?
The NTSB did wrap up their paperwork last night. They are waiting on the engine monitor to figure out exactly what went wrong with that engine yesterday. Meanwhile, the victim is at Long Beach Memorial Hospital. She is set to undergo surgery later today. Reporting live in Long Beach, Carly Gomez, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Gonna hit the content warning for this one as well, especially because it involves animals. Some coyotes terrorized a family, and we have it on camera.
Frightening coyote attack caught on camera. The wild animal going after a housekeeper and a dog in New Jersey. ABC's Will Reeve has the details.
This morning, a terrifying attack caught on camera. A 31-year-old housekeeper recovering after she and the golden retriever she was walking got into a battle with a coyote in this New Jersey backyard next to a nature preserve. Here's the homeowner rushing out to help fight off the coyote.
The puppy was a hero yet again, right?
The dog is okay, but the housekeeper sustained open wounds to the shoulder, back, and leg.
Received bite to the thigh, also a bite to the back. You're going to need medics as well, as far as for the bleeding.
The homeowners telling our station WABC the housekeeper is still in shock and will need to undergo a month of rabies treatment because it is possible the coyote was infected.
If you get bitten by a coyote, the coyote runs away and they're not able to test it to make sure if it's rabbit or not, then you're going to have to go through a series of very painful shots.
Coyotes live all over the United States, both in the wild and even in urban environments.
You can't blame the coyote, though. It's just doing coyote things.
Adult coyotes are about as big as a medium-sized dog and can weigh anywhere between 25 to 35 pounds. Experts say they won't typically attack humans, but they will go after pets.
They look at them as a threat, as competition. Scream as loud as you can, wave your hands as loud as you can. If you have anything in your hand that you can use to swing at the animal, do that. This is not something where you play dead or relax.
Will Reeve, ABC News, New York.
A lot of folks around
here.
You can
fuck that dog up.
Coyotes quite frequently. In our neighborhood, we see them
almost
all over the
daily,
time.
yeah.
But they usually get away from people and
right.
animals. They
and
like
you get that
the
scary cats.
Here and there, yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
That's what might lead somebody to think one was ravenous, because they are usually very scared. But hey, we saw. I did that story, 2 or 3 years ago, where that dog got attacked by like a pack of coyotes and then ended up killing all of them. It was like it stood on a throne of fucking coyote bones. That actually happened. We're going to go down to Charlotte, North Carolina, where footage like this happened in 2019, November 1st of 2019. Footage has been released of a never before seen drug bust that went incredibly wrong.
Only on WBTV, new video sheds important light on the devastating consequences of a federal task force bust gone wrong.
Yeah, the video comes as a result of WBTV fighting and winning for its unsealing in federal court. Investigative reporter Naomi Coles walks us through it.
It's the early morning hours of November 1st, 2019. A man walks out of his home in northwest Charlotte. Moments later, an FBI task force waiting outside closes in as he runs back into the house. From Gastonia Police, this is Task Force Officer Clarence Belton. These are his task force partners, and this is CMPD Officer Heather Loveridge and her partner. They're not on the task force, but according to court filings, they've been called in for perimeter support. The task force has a search warrant as part of a drug investigation. What's about to happen after this man runs inside has become the subject of controversy and a lawsuit that spent years slogging its way through federal court.
I've got 45 years of law enforcement experience.
This is Dr. Roy Taylor, who I asked to watch the video with me. He's a police litigation specialist and longtime police chief with experience on federal task forces like this one. He has no connection to the incident or the lawsuit, but he researched both at my request.
I'm going to start it right before the suspect runs into the garage in the house.
Belton and his partner, just off screen, are about to use a battering ram to take down the door. When they do, court filings say a woman is standing there, just off screen, with a gun pointed at them. Belton and his partners shoot. Belton feels his arm go numb, his gun drops, and he collapses and will later testify that he crawled and stumbled out of the garage while continuing to take fire. It's hard to see here.
It adds legitimacy to the fact that he was actually crawling. There he is right there. You can just make out his profile.
As he crawls, CMPD officer Loveridge fires at him. Records say it was 14 times. Loveridge would testify in court. She had heard the shots fired in the doorway, saw no officers left in the garage, and thought Belton was the suspect. Belton was the only black officer on the task.
Wow.
And the suspect, Loveridge had been told, was also black.
If a person is crawling toward you without a visible gun, is that something you can shoot at?
Absolutely not. Irrelevant that it's a police
cop on cop violence. Yes,
it was the suspect or the woman that pulled the gun or an innocent person in the house. There's no justification for firing that weapon.
She unloaded her fucking clip.
Belton survived, but with permanent injuries.
Officer down, start that way.
He's suing Loveridge in the city of Charlotte for negligence. At the heart of the case, a test of the leading legal decision that governs much of the modern-day use of force nationwide. That's Graham versus Connor, a Charlotte incident that went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court in 1989. It's a legal decision that Dr. Taylor says all officers, including those at CMPD, are trained on multiple times.
You know, her defense, I mean, this is a very quickly unfolding, dangerous situation, but
she has no defense.
You don't use deadly force unless there is a threat of deadly force being used against you or somebody else.
But there are larger issues at play, as this video shows. Loveridge, for example, has pointed to how difficult it was to see the words police on Belton's vest. Dr. Taylor sees this case as one where different decisions from the task force after the suspect ran inside could have changed the outcome.
This is much more than a few task force officers really should tackle. They really should pull back, secure the perimeter, and wait for reinforcements to come.
Is there a larger conversation to be had about the training and the regulations for these types of missions?
I think so.
1223, we got shots fired out here on Oakburn.
Reporting in Charlotte, Naomi Coles.
Fucking idiots.
On your side.
Ex-military usually make the best cops, and when I say the best cops, I mean cops that know better than to shoot innocent people, know how to de-escalate situations. I'll point you to the guy in West Virginia. He had to sue because the cops fired him. He was de-escalating a situation, talking a guy with a gun down who was suicidal. Other cops bust onto the scene and then shot the man, and then they fired the dude because they said he put the other cop's life in risk by not shooting the guy who was suicidal. He was a vet. So usually vets are pretty good about not engaging. They know how to follow the Flash. What's it called? The rules of engagement. Lenny, welcome in, my friend. Good to see you. We're getting towards the end of that newsy shit. We're going to go to Halloween specials. Okay, I got one more. Well, two more. We'll do two more. A meteorologist for a local news station says she is being stalked by a viewer. And believe me, I totally believe her story. I have seen the weirdos that come after reporters and weather people. That's it. At news stations.
These storms are packing an incredible punch here.
A TV meteorologist says she's in fear for her life, revealing she's been stalked for 3 years by an obsessed viewer. Kylie Burse of Denver station KDVR opened up about her traumatic experience, first in an Instagram post.
A few weeks ago, I had a man who I have multiple restraining orders against follow me home from work.
Then she went into more detail last night in an interview with News Nation's Ashley Banfield. Burse says the 69-year-old suspect has violated restraining orders 53 times in 2 months.
Not that he's violated restraining orders, that he's 69.
When she pulled into her driveway.
That day, it's hard to describe because the moment that I saw him, when I realized that it was him blocking me in my garage, the feeling in my gut, my stomach just dropped. And I remember thinking, okay, if he has a weapon, you need to get down as fast as you can.
You should carry.
I was able to get inside. He got around, starts ringing the doorbell.
Burse says she was shocked that he was charged with a mere misdemeanor, and the suspect has been released from custody after posting $1,500 bail.
He is wearing an ankle monitor, so he is not allowed to come within, a certain distance of where I am and, of course, my work and whatnot. But even then, you get a heads up of a couple of minutes. The police can't get there in time. If this person wanted to be violent, they could do so within that period of time.
She says she doesn't feel the law is on her side.
I did everything right, assuming that the system was in place and the
If you feel comfortable, you should carry.
law's there to protect me and to put this man in jail for a period of time. And so it was really disappointing and disheartening when it just doesn't work.
I don't feel comfortable carrying because I am clumsy. I am not responsible at all, so that is why I would never carry a gun. However, if you feel responsible enough, you absolutely should carry a gun. Is that why you don't carry War Machine? Sorry, my friend. An inmate at Daisy Link's jailhouse decided that it was a good idea for her to get pregnant while she was locked up because that might get her out of prison sooner.
Daisy Link has been a lot of things in her 30 years. A wife, a mother, an accused murderer, and for a time, a scientific curiosity. A medical marvel.
Oh, her name's Daisy Link.
In 2022, Daisy shot her husband Pedro in the leg in a South Florida alleyway. She says she did it in self-defense after years of abuse. Too bad for her, though, and for Pedro. The bullet hit an artery and Pedro bled out and died. Daisy was charged with his murder and promptly locked up in the county jail. Her trial began just this week, but it is what happened to Daisy.
Oh, she's still in jail.
Locked up in that county jail in the fall of 2023.
Not in prison.
That made her such a media and medical sensation. Not to mention, made her a mom. Daisy Link got pregnant. The thing is, she hadn't been in contact with men. And authorities found no evidence of sexual battery, guards and stuff. But DNA tests showed something that did make sense.
Wait, what?
That the father was, in fact, a fellow inmate. What didn't make sense is that he was separated from her by 2 floors. This is the baby daddy in question. His name is Jawan DePaz. And
Jawan.
He's an accused murderer.
Of course, welcome in.
There's somebody for everybody, folks. DePaz's cell was on the 6th floor. Daisy's was on the 4th floor. And jails don't exactly have mixers, on Friday nights. So how on earth did these two even meet, let alone, make a baby? Corrections officials wanted to know the very same thing, so they got down to the nitty-gritty and they investigated. And now my colleague, Brian Enton, has gotten his hands on some video and some handwritten notes and phone calls that really tell the whole story. And you have to see.
Well, let's hear it.
The key to the mystery is an air duct. Here's the baby daddy himself sort of starting it all off.
Well, I know her for a little minute, you feel me? So we was talking, back and forth and...
How were you talking to her?
Nah, through the vent.
Through the vent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Through the vents. Anybody would say I'm crazy or you talking to the vent, yeah. And then we was talking, and then we got to know each other better, and then, I'm like, I really want a baby, because, I got a murder, and I might never go home, so...
Yeah, this is the exact person who needs a baby.
So I'll pick it up from there. The two not only talked through the vent, but they ended up swapping notes through the vent as well. And we got copies of them. Here's one where Jawan writes, "My snuggle wuggle baby girl." You know, I wonder what kind of credit he gets for that in prison. Well, jail right now. Another note looks like a list of baby names. And Daisy says they were able to send their notes through the air duct on a cable that they'd fashioned out of bedding material. And one day, they realized that if they could pass notes back and forth, they could pass other things, more personal things, such as Jawan DePaz's semen. Stay with me. DePaz would later tell a reporter, and I will quote him, "I put the semen in saran wrap every day, like 5 times a day, for like a month straight, and then sent it down the line to Daisy."
I didn't think it worked that way.
Who, in her words, administered it with a yeast infection applicator. So yeah, creative. Before this was all common knowledge, the pair even discussed their plans on the phone. Remember, they'd never met.
I didn't even know you could do that. I thought the sperm like died if it like it hit the air.
I don't know. I still haven't had my period.
You think that work?
I don't know. It probably could. I'm telling you, I was supposed to have my period. I don't know.
Damn, babe, have you been doing it for real?
I swear to God on my kids, I do it every time. Every time.
Oh, it takes up to 10 minutes to die.
Deep, like in there.
Yes.
You make sure it's in there.
Yes, like somewhere.
Cause real sperm's supposed to be in you, then shoot out like a water hose.
It was definitely in me, all the way in there. I did it every time.
Okay, I did hear the laughing. I'm going to ask about that in a minute. But if your head is spinning right now, how would you like to be Daisy Link's mom when her incarcerated daughter broke the news to her by phone?
You live in sexual anarchy.
We have that too. Take a listen.
Under 24-hour lockdown because I'm pregnant.
You're full of
I swear to God.
You're full of This is shocking.
What do you mean?
Oh, I love the mom.
You know how much I could sue them for? This was all planned. I can get out now. If they would have let me out of the Arthur hearing, I wouldn't have got pregnant.
You know what? You're stupid. Don't talk on this phone.
Yes. The mom is awesome.
Not the one where she says you're stupid. She says don't talk
shit on the phone.
Shit. Whether this baby was a love child or a miracle, or both, mom-to-be was also hoping, it seems, that it would be her get-out-of-jail-free card.
It don't work that way.
Daisy and Jawan's baby girl was born in June of last year and is now living with Jawan's mother. And all of this brings me to my next guest, Tony Tomas. He's Daisy Link's attorney. So
it's public info, though, unfortunately.
I just can't believe that they
You have no privacy in a jail.
I know that she's on trial for murder right now. But does this pregnancy and the birth of a baby affect the murder case at all?
No.
Hi, Ashley. No, it doesn't. It's not relevant to this murder case at all, which is strange because I understand this is the reason why the public took an interest in it. But it has nothing to do with the murder. So it's I don't expect it to come up at all during this trial. If the government tries to bring it up, I'll object, and I suspect that the judge will sustain it, and it will not be. She won't permit it to be discussed because it has nothing to do with the murder.
I can see how you say it's not relevant, although just the issue of credibility, because she's taking the stand, right? I should just check that for start.
I've had this story for like a week or two now, and like I couldn't not do this. This is too good.
If she's on the stand, then her credibility could be impeached, correct?
Most likely she will take the stand. However, this not only is this far removed from the shooting in terms of time, but there's no nexus, there's no relevance. So unless I open the door to that topic in some way, which I will not, which I do not intend to, I don't see how the government's going to be able to bring it up. Nor should they, really.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm trying to figure out how they might be able to impeach her credibility by saying, here's her sneaky behavior on a public telephone line, a recorded telephone line, saying that she planned to have a baby to get herself out of jail in a sneaky and, really unorthodox way. I see what you're saying, though. It's I could see that would be something that would be questioned and certainly objected to.
And I get the issue about credibility. I don't know how sneaky it is when she's talking about it on a phone that she knows is being recorded, but I see what you're saying. Yes.
I only think that her mom.
All right, Twitch people, Kick people, we are going to watch a couple more Halloween specials tonight. Here is some video from earlier today. This happened in Encino. This is some bears that got up in a tree. Looks like they're close to a park. Oh.
Love you, Janie. See, when you move, you can't come to the bear section.
Look how cute they are. Quesadilla, welcome in.
Bears aren't here.
Silent, did I tell you good evening when you came in here? So, YouTube people, podcast people, we might be on tomorrow, we might not, who knows, we'll find out. Twitch people, Kick people, stick with me, we're gonna watch some Halloween specials, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before we hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you whenever on the Troll Patrol, live.